I hear you. I hear you just fine. We are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am. I can science that. My position here um, is to take basically the mainstream view of science and explain it to anybody who is curious about that. So, if anyone has questions about mainstream science, please feel free to shoot them to me, and I would be happy to explain because some of it is rather weird. Um, and one of the main things I like to talk about is the the recent controversy of the shape of the Earth. So, Asken Reeseve here is somebody that has a very different opinion, I think, of science of the shape of the Earth. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, it's I'm Asken Reeseve. A lot of people think
Oh,
that it's pronounced Receive, but that's my actual name, so it's Reeseve.
mm. Oh
But
my
anyway,
gosh, really? I thought that was a YouTube moniker.
yeah.
Wonderful.
But anyway,
Asken Reeseve.
I don't really care about being wrong, or right. I'm just interested, in the pursuit of, finding something out that we didn't know.
I hear that. Very good. Okay. Let's jump in, I think, with picking up where we were talking. We were discussing on Paul. I'm going to get it. Paul Baker. On Paul Baker's YouTube channel. Um, we were discussing some things, and you particularly had some ideas. I don't want to go long tonight because I know you're tired. You had some ideas about tests that you could do that I think your words were like foolproof, or I think what we should really characterize it as is a test that would finally convince you one way or the other for certain, because it seems like you're kind of like not certain.
No, I'm not certain at all, but I really want to get to the bottom of it for all of us. This is really dividing, everybody, families, whatever. And if we could come to the conclusion, we might be able to, make things a little better in this world. But I'm it's really a thought experiment because we know we can't get to the South Pole, right, or to the North Pole. But my thinking is I just want to know if I say I had a military chopper, and we could go right to the axis, and we could hold that position of the helicopter for 24 hours, and we have a camera pointing down and we have a camera pointing up, and we are exactly over the axis. So during that 24-hour period, I have yet to been able to find a reason why I would not be able to tell whether it is the ground or the sky that is moving, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay. Let's see if I can draw this picture. I'm currently trying to share my screen. Hopefully, everybody can see this. Can you see it, Askin?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Um, so your idea is, let's see here. We we need a let's say it's a ball, right? If it's a ball, then you want a helicopter up here at the North Pole, looking straight up at Polaris, right? And
Correct.
looking straight down at the North Pole.
You got it.
And you think that that would tell you something. You could, from that, you could tell whether the Earth was rotating or Polaris was rotating, the
Yeah,
stars
or
were
the
rotating.
sky. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
How could you tell?
obviously,
What
what's
would
that?
look different depending on which? How would you know whether it was the
Well,
Earth?
well, it's all going to depend on what how the vehicle, the drone, or the helicopter is affected by the atmosphere at that point.
Right.
I mean, is it going to spin in one place in 24 hours? Is there going to be an effect? Personally, I where would the wind come from there? There's not a lot of action there because it's
Okay.
spinning so slow. And does a how much momentum does a drone conserve when it takes off from the North Pole?
Okay, these are good questions. Let's catch people up because we were talking about some things that we haven't mentioned here. Um, it seems to me you've got the idea that there wouldn't be any wind at the North Pole, that the drone or helicopter would be able to hover and just hold its heading.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily making that claim. I have no idea.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm not sure that it matters. I'm really not sure that it matters. So.
Okay. Well, have you ever flown a drone or an RC helicopter or anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Like a drone?
Yeah.
Okay. You ever flown an RC thing that doesn't have like auto guidance?
No.
Okay. Um, okay. Well, wind is a thing, and wind is a thing all over the world, right? Even on the North Pole. So whatever the wind does is going to blow on the helicopter, right?
Yeah.
So how would you know whether a slight gust had a very tiny gust had turned you 2 degrees to the right? How would you know whether that had happened or not?
Because you would be able to measure it on your up and down camera.
Well, you could look at the ground, you can line up with the ground, and you could say, okay, I'm going to keep the ground exactly where it is. So if the wind blows me, I'll correct for that by using my down camera. But then you would be turning with whatever speed the Earth is turning.
Is there any speed that the Earth is turning at that point? I mean, that if the chopper was to turn with the atmosphere at that point, it would stay in one place and rotate in the day, right?
Well, the question, as I understand it, we're trying to address is whether the Earth is turning or not, right?
Right.
So if the Earth is turning, right? So then you look at the ground and you say, I'm going to keep my helicopter's nose pointed right here.
Right.
So then throughout the day, the ground goes over here. And now, because you were doing that, now you've got your nose pointed that way.
Right.
And so you didn't detect anything, right? The alternative is maybe the ground is not moving.
Well, hold on, dog. Slow down.
Okay.
If we're in that chopper and we hold its position,
okay,
and the ground starts rotating underneath us,
mm-hmm.
then the sky above us will not.
Okay. I think the basic misunderstanding that we have is the idea that when you take off from the ground, you are detached from the existing rotation. Is that what you're kind of thinking about?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I mean, what can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you predict would happen?
Well, what would happen is that the effect of the wind is about, I'm just going to make up a number here, 1,000 times more significant than the speed of the rotation of the Earth. So you are fighting the wind. And
what's causing the wind? Just
what's
weather
causing the
and
wind?
whatnot, hot and cold.
Hot and cold, yeah. Mostly, yeah. The sun warms the air unevenly, and then the air moves around.
Okay, so is there a possibility that there would ever be a day where there was no wind?
Well, how would you know that? Right? Wouldn't you define, let's back up a second. Wouldn't you define wind as a difference in speed between the ground and the air?
No, I wouldn't.
No, what would you define wind as?
Well, I mean, something that you feel or whatever, or can see in the trees. I don't know.
Well, if the trees were moving, let's say the trees were moving at 100 miles an hour, but the air was also moving at 100 miles an hour, would the leaves blow?
No.
Right.
I mean,
so that's why I'm saying wind is when they're different.
I get what you're saying though, but the rotation of the what wind does the rotation of the earth cause?
Well, if we were to imagine, we could turn this off. We don't need this thing. Am I back? Yeah. If we were to imagine that the Earth were a sphere and it was stationary, and all the air comes to rest, and everything is just totally steady, right? Nothing's moving. And then God comes along and spins it like a basketball player spinning the ball on his finger, right? So suddenly the Earth starts spinning. What would the air do? Wouldn't the trees would start blowing, right? Because the earth is spinning and the air is not. Would you agree with that so far?
Well, I mean, if the earth is spinning and the air is not, you're looking at a Coriolis effect there, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not even getting that fancy. I'm just saying, the earth is spinning, boom, 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 and the air around it isn't. So if you're on the earth, as
Yeah,
you go
you're going to
ripping
notice
through,
that. That's going to be a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. And do you think that kind of like a fan, as you spin this thing, it would start dragging the air with it?
No, I don't.
No. Why not?
Because there's no mechanism for that.
Well, a fan does. If you spin anything
a fan
in the
blows
air,
air, yeah.
If you spin anything in the air, it causes the air next to it to spin as well. It's called the boundary layer, right?
Okay.
And so if you let that go for, I don't know, let's say a couple of million years, don't you think the whole atmosphere would just get spinning?
No, I don't, but I understand what you're saying, and that's all. I accept, your model or whatever. I know how it works.
Well, my model actually doesn't say that that's what happens at all.
Well, what's it say then?
It was created spinning in the first place.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean,
It's always been spinning. In fact, it's slowing down.
Where are you going with that?
Okay. So if that's the case, then the air is going, the earth is going, it's all going. So you can't use the air to tell whether or not the ground is spinning, is what I'm saying.
Are you serious? At the North Pole,
yeah.
Look, you go straight up in the air. What is going to make you turn with the earth?
You don't turn with the earth, you turn with the air. So whatever the air is doing, that's what you do too.
Okay, well, we're going to keep doing it until a day, just like where you live, there's no wind.
Well, we're going to wait. The definition of wind. Wind is when the air is different from the ground. That's what wind means. When the air is moving over the ground, right? It's blowing the trees. If the trees aren't moving, that means the air is moving with whatever the earth is doing. And if the earth is not moving, then the air is not moving. If the earth is moving, then that must mean that the wind is also moving.
How is the earth going to rotate one day and take the helicopter with it directly above the axis? When the earth is spinning, the chopper is up over holding its position. How is it going to spin with the earth? And it wouldn't matter.
Holding its position, the concept of holding its position. What does that mean? Relative to what?
Well, the sky and the ground.
Okay. You can hold your position relative to the ground. It's not hard. That's basically what we do, right? You look at the ground, or you use instruments to look at the ground. Now, that means if the ground is rotating, you are rotating with it.
Yeah.
That's what hold your position means.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's a mechanism for that. I don't really know how helicopters work or whatever. What if we didn't hold our position? We just went straight up. And I mean, I know in your world, there's no such thing as a day without wind, but
there could be, right?
Okay,
but you would have to first establish that such a thing was today. Like, this is a day without wind. would a day without wind be a day when the wind happens to be rotating 15 degrees per hour counterclockwise? Is just that happens to be without wind?
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, but what would that matter on the North Pole?
Okay, let's imagine for a minute that there was no air. Let's say there's no air at all. You're in a rocket ship now, right?
Yeah, with you. I'm with
Okay. Could you determine whether the ground is spinning or the sky is spinning now? You launched from the North Pole, and now you're going to hover over the North Pole, and you're going to see, is the sky spinning or is the ground spinning? How would you tell?
I'm not sure what the rocket, because there's no air. It has to be a rocket. You're saying, so we're in space.
Well, we can cut out the whole discussion of wind, right? To get rid of the idea of wind is a real stumbling block at this point. So let's imagine it's just a thought experiment. So let's get rid of the wind, and now we're just in like space. There's no wind. There's no air.
Okay.
Could you theoretically tell, is the sky turning or is the ground turning? How would you know the difference?
By which one moved?
Okay, let me run the experiment for you. This is what's going to happen. You're on a rotating planet. You are rotating with the planet because you're on it, right? When you launch straight up, you maintain your angular momentum exactly as it was. So you are still spinning at the exact speed the planet is spinning. So you look down, the planet looks frozen. The sky seems to be rotating.
You are assuming that mechanism is going to turn that chopper, and you got a long way to go to substantiate that. There's no way.
Well, okay. The mechanism is called conservation of angular momentum.
How much momentum is conserved when 100%. You're spinning in one position? You're not even moving anywhere. If you go 24 hours, 100%. You're just
all momentum must be conserved at all times.
So you're saying that a chopper on the North Pole could go straight up, and it could not stop from spinning once in a day. I mean, it could if it wanted to, but if it didn't, take controls, it would naturally turn around in place in one day. And
this is a very, very thought experiment situation here, right? We're not talking about a real helicopter.
Why not? If we could go to
because you can't do that without air. A real helicopter moves with the air.
Well, you're the one that's caught on the air. Where I live, I go out and I don't feel wind for a day or two. You never experienced that? That's perfectly natural.
You seem to be stuck still on the concept of
you seem to be
wind
stuck
means the air is not moving.
You seem to be stuck on the concept, presuming that the earth and the air are both moving.
Well, that would be what you feel. When you say you don't feel wind, that means there's no air moving relative to your personal speed.
I get that. There is no difference between your model and my model when it comes to that.
Okay, so that means if you're measuring the speed of the air and there's no wind, the speed of the air is exactly the same as the speed of the ground.
I don't know.
So relying on this no wind isn't going to get you out of it.
You're losing me totally. I don't understand why you would think that a helicopter in an area that is not spinning 1,000 miles an hour, it's spinning 0 miles an hour. It's spinning in one place. What would make that helicopter spin with the earth?
It doesn't spin with the earth. It spins with the air. It moves with the air. Whatever air you're in, it's going to move with that.
How much air is moving on the North Pole over the axis?
The air is very erratic, as you know. much more erratic than 15 degrees per hour. 15 degrees per hour is extremely slow. We're looking for tiny, tiny little rate of rotation, right? How would you know whether just a slight imbalance in the helicopter is causing this, or that it's the rotation of the Earth? How could you tell the difference?
Because it would not matter. You have your top fixed. Say you're fixed on some stars, right? Your top camera. Your bottom camera is fixed on lights that you have put down there to make it easier for you, just like the stars. So everything is locked in place. You know where everything's at. So as long as you hold your position, whatever moves is going to be what is moving.
Okay. Yes, this is what you said right there is perfectly true, except you've got a problem. And that is you've stipulated that the helicopter must not be moving. And I'm telling you, that is not something you can achieve.
It doesn't matter if it moves, you would still be able to determine if the ground or the sky was moving.
Relative to the helicopter. You can tell relative to the helicopter.
I mean, you still, I mean, you can't imagine that the helicopter, the atmosphere would have absolutely no effect on the helicopter.
Well, I can imagine it, but that's not a real situation.
Okay, how would you
certainly imagine it?
How would you substantiate that at the North Pole?
Well, I've flown things. I tried to fly an RC. I tried to learn how to fly an RC helicopter, for example. It's very difficult. They're extremely unstable. They turn on their own. That's what they do. They spin around in circles. They flop over. You have to be on it. You have to stay on top of that thing to maintain a heading with it. And the drones make it really easy because drones have a gyroscope inside that does most of the work for you.
Okay, so if we went up in a drone in the North Pole.
Okay, so here's the answer. The answer is you need a gyroscope to be able to tell your rotation rate. Okay, right? If you've got a gyroscope, you can use that to say whether you're spinning or not.
You are way too stuck on the spinning, like you're out on the equator or something. We're at the North Pole. It doesn't
matter where you are. We're all spinning at 15 degrees per hour.
No, we're not. That's just your claim.
Well, that's what we're trying to test for. You're right. I shouldn't say that this is fact, because this is something that we're discussing. We're looking for a way to test: are we spinning 15 degrees per hour?
We have one, because when that camera is pointing down at the North Pole and that ground starts moving, then it's spinning. If that ground starts moving,
or you are. Either the ground is spinning or you're spinning. Can't tell the difference by looking.
That's the mindset that you're stuck in, but you're not.
Well, that's just fact. And I think you agree with that as well. Because when you look at the sky, you see that the sky appears to be spinning.
I agree that if you were on the equator and you took off, you're going 1,000 or whatever.
Okay.
But if you're going 0 at the North Pole and you go up, I need to know. You need to show me or explain to me how in the world the mechanism is going to turn that helicopter around perfectly, one rotation in a day. Is there
let's do it simple. A helicopter. First of all, you know that a helicopter has rotors, right?
Or a drone, doesn't matter. Or a hot air balloon. Who cares?
Okay. Let's just use a string. Just take a string and hang something.
We can't do that, because then it's going to be attached to the earth.
Barely. Put a frictionless swivel
that
on
matters. Don't be silly.
Put a frictionless swivel on there.
Don't be silly. Come on. What's wrong with you? You just insist.
Do it in a hot air balloon. That's fine. How do you know whether the hot air balloon is rotating or not? I'm going to come right back to it. You just making this assumption that a hot air balloon is not rotating, but we have no mechanism for that to say that it is not rotating.
Are you serious? You think that a hot air balloon is just going to be rotating? We would know if it was rotating because you would be able to tell if it's. I mean, if
okay, let's pause. We're not getting anywhere with this. Let's pause and try to rethink or restate the problem. What I'm trying to get at is when you say I need something that is not rotating, right? I need something that is definitely not rotating. I'm going to say, yeah. How do you prove that it is not rotating? How do you show me with some kind of measurement, some instrument that it is not rotating?
Me, I don't.
You seem to be perfectly comfortable with just like, I think it's not, and therefore it's not.
Well, it's never been proven to me that it is. Are you serious?
I don't know.
Assume that I'm on a ball or whatever spinning. I assume that I'm not.
Well, right. But the question is, are we, right? You want to test. You want a test that shows whether we are or not.
Right. I have a test.
And so a hot air balloon is not going to do it.
Why?
Because the hot air, how do you show that the hot air balloon is not rotating?
Okay, are you serious?
Yes, I'm dead serious. How did you show that it is not rotating? And I said it's quite easy. Get a gyroscope. But I don't know why you don't agree with that.
That's fine too. How about I just have people watch it or whatever? I mean, you think...
Well, then they're watching it from where? From the ground?
Look, you can assume that you can put something on the North Pole and no matter what, it's going to spin with the Earth. But that's just an assumption. That's what we're going to test for. So
you haven't developed a test at all. What you've done is just a statement. You've just said, because I've let it go, it is now not rotating. But there's no such physics. Things don't just suddenly stop rotating when you let go of them.
Things just don't suddenly start rotating. What are you talking about?
No, but they were rotating to begin with.
No, they weren't.
If they were rotating to begin with, they remain so.
Right.
Can we agree on that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the hot air balloon on the North Pole, when it has not yet taken off, is either rotating or not rotating at the same speed as the ground.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So let's leave one on the ground and let one up. And if they both rotate the same, then they are moving with the Earth.
No. Yeah. When you let it off the ground, what force is stopping the rotation?
What force is causing the rotation?
Okay, let's investigate that. How much force does it take to cause the rotation? How much do you need in order to, let's say we're on the North Pole, right? We're on the North Pole, and let's speculate that we're rotating at 15 degrees per hour. So whatever is sitting on there must be rotating together with the Earth. How much force does it take to make that happen?
I have no idea how that could happen, and I wish you would explain it to me, how something...
Okay, the answer is 0. It takes 0 force to maintain a steady rotation.
Well, I would need to be shown that. I mean, obviously we're doing a thought experiment, but I still have a lot of trouble figuring out where you logically think that something is going to spin in place 15 degrees with the Earth. And what if it didn't? Then the Earth would be moving. I don't know, man.
Okay, here's the deal. There's one of the... I should have asked you earlier. How far did you get in like physics?
Nowhere.
Like high school physics? Did you take high school physics? Did you take college? Anything?
I don't remember ever taking physics.
Okay. Okay. So What physics teaches us, one of the first things we learn is that objects at rest stay at rest unless acted upon by a force. Objects in motion stay in motion at their current velocity unless acted upon by a force. Have you heard that one before?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so if something's moving and I don't apply any forces to it, it stays moving.
Yeah. I mean, that's your claim, but my claim is that that would not happen over the axis. No way. There's no
Well,
rotating mechanism that is going to make that happen.
well, it's
Hey,
basic
look,
physics.
let me ask you a question. If
Uh-huh.
if there happened to be you're saying if there was no wind that day, you're saying the spin of the earth is going to cause, or the spin of the atmosphere, there's a vortex there that's going to cause that chopper or that drone to spin 360 degrees, 15 degrees every hour.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if by definition of no wind, if there was no wind, then yes, that would be true. But I'm saying realistically, the wind would be chaotic, unpredictable, and unknown. The wind is an unknown in this situation. And unless you have some way to measure what the wind is doing, you can't use that as a measurement.
Yeah, but I understand in your model, when you take off from the equator, you're going 1,000 miles an hour. But when you take off from the North Pole, there's not that, you're not already going, 1,000 miles an hour or whatever. There's nothing there that's going to make you rotate in place. That is an outrageous claim.
Okay. If you rotate, if you spin something up to speed, like with a drill or something, right? Yeah, forget the equator. That's linear speed. We're not talking about linear speed. We're talking about rotation, right? Use a drill or something, spin something up, and then launch it. Just let it fly off the end of the drill. It's going to keep on spinning as it flies away from the drill. It doesn't just stop spinning.
Yeah, so put a drone on a freaking roundabout or merry-go-round and let it take off straight up.
It'll keep on spinning until it crashes if you've turned off the auto stabilization.
Well, there's the answer then. Then we know for sure because our drone's going to take off and crash in the North Pole.
No.
Why not? Because it's not spinning fast enough. Really?
Okay. First of all, we're talking about 15 degrees per hour, right? Which is a tiny, tiny rate. And second of all, we're talking about flying through the air.
No, we're not. We're talking about staying in one place and rotating over the course of 24 hours. What could cause that?
What could cause that? Any number of things could cause that, right? The primary one is conservation of angular momentum, which is something that we seem to not agree on, that if you start spinning, you continue spinning until somebody forces you to stop.
Okay, right? Well, you would have to prove that in my scenario.
Okay, well, we could prove that, and I would say that that's a great place maybe to start. Is you should start with actual, like, learn the physics as it is taught.
Don't be condescending.
I'm sorry if that sounds condescending, but you're challenging conservation of angular momentum, right?
No, I'm not. I am challenging conservation of angular momentum at the North Pole. I need to see what mechanism is going to make anything spin in one place in 24 hours. And when it doesn't, you're going to know what's moving.
Okay, I tried to explain the mechanism. And the mechanism is conservation of angular momentum. Anything that's spinning stays spinning. It was spinning when it was on the ground. So when you launch from the air, the only way it will stop spinning is if something forces it to stop spinning. So if the air does not stop it from does not force it to stop spinning, then it's going to keep right on spinning.
But I mean, is there any way you could demonstrate to me how something could take off of something on an axis and have an effect on it?
You seem to, you're really stuck on that. What I'm trying to explain to you is there is no effect. There is no effect. It's not like something that is spinning above the earth is going to be influenced by the earth to stop spinning, or that something that is not spinning, but then it comes near the earth, suddenly starts spinning. There's no such effect.
There is no such effect
None.
that a drone is going to go straight up in the air and the atmosphere cause it to rotate in place in the course of 24 hours.
A drone will move with whatever the air is doing.
The air is never going to do that, ever.
It will always do that.
Not on the North Pole. Is there a vortex?
Whatever the air is doing
at
the North Pole, there? Whatever the air is doing is what the drone is going to do.
The air's not going to be hardly doing anything because it's rotating so slow.
You're just making a claim that you cannot back up.
So are you.
No, I'm not. I can back it up.
You can back up that a drone can pull up from the North Pole and be turned 360 degrees in a day by the atmosphere.
Absolutely can.
No, you cannot.
Sure, I can. I absolutely can.
Do it.
You need a fiber optic gyro.
No.
Or an equivalently expensive mechanical gyro would do it. Why would that not do it? Let's change tack.
That's not what we're talking about.
Well, I think there's a better way to detect rotation, and that is a gyroscope. How do you feel about gyroscopes?
I'm not going down that road.
Why?
Go thank Bob or whatever. I mean, I'm not doing the gyroscope thing.
Oh, okay. So you're not doing the gyroscope thing. I think gyroscopes are the way we measure rotation. That's how we do it. What else could we do? We could measure centrifugal force, maybe. It'd be a pretty small amount. But you're just making the statement that there is no wind at the North Pole because I say so. And then if I let a drone go, therefore it should stop rotating because the air won't be rotating with the earth for reasons that we cannot articulate.
And I can say the same thing. You're assuming that this drone is going to magically start rotating, and that's absurd.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the drone will move at whatever speed the air is moving. Whatever the air is doing, that's what the drone will do unless you program it to do something else.
Is the air going in circles there? Is it just going in a tiny circle?
I don't know that it isn't. I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't. We need a way to establish that independent of what the ground is doing in order to test your whole claim here, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. We need a way to say, is the air above the North Pole doing this little slow vortex? What if it is? That would ruin the test.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You're not taking into account that no matter what, we have a camera locked on the top and locked on the bottom.
Yes.
We're going to know which one moves no matter what we move.
Okay. Let's imagine for a minute we lock the drone on the stars. Okay, lock the drone on the stars. So the drone rotates with the stars. What will the ground do?
Well, nothing if the stars are rotating.
Well, what will it in the downward camera? What do we see?
It would look like it was rotating.
Okay, so scenario number one, we locked on the sky, and We rotate with the sky. We see the ground turn underneath us. Now, is that if the Earth is turning or if the sky is turning?
I don't know.
It's both, right? It doesn't matter. You get the same image either way.
Yeah, assuming that we're not going to be able to tell if we're rotating 15 degrees or not.
How would we tell?
Well, we would tell because we would go up. Well, I mean, you got a point, but you're
I just want to measure the wind. You want to say, hey, is the wind? Which way is the wind blowing now?
Well, I mean, how in my mind am I supposed to imagine a spinning point? Like I could spin a basketball on my finger, and that same point on the Earth, you're gonna make a drone's gonna go up, and this magic force is gonna make it spin around. What is gonna make that drone spin? And it's in place.
It's gonna go. A real drone is just gonna go with the air. It's just gonna go with the air. I say this over and over. Whatever the air is doing, the drone is doing.
Okay, well, the air is never going to make that drone spin. That's impossible.
Why would that be impossible? If you put a drone in a spinning vortex, you don't think it's going to spin?
Show me a spinning vortex in nature.
Show you a spinning vortex?
A tornado? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like a little mini tornado, right?
Okay, so you're saying the North Pole was a tornado?
Maybe it is, yeah. How would you know it's not?
Common sense.
All right, there you go. Common sense is not evidence.
Well, I can science that.
Yeah, I can science that. Let's talk about the other experiment. We're obviously not getting anywhere with this one. Let's talk about the other one. The force the water, you were calling it?
Yeah.
I think we're going to see you have the same, or we have the same difference of looking at this one. You want to describe it?
Yeah. I'm just building a water transportation device on a tangent, straight out, a straight line.
So like a pipe or something.
Yeah.
Boom, nice and straight, like on a tangent. And then you want to look to see, does the water level vary? Right? Actually, some people have been talking about tow tanks. Have you seen people talking about tow tanks? Okay, well, tow tanks are these things they test ships. They test ships on. They're just really long canals, basically. There's really long straight canals with rails on the side, and they tow a boat, a model boat. They'll tow a model boat through it. So it's a long straight piece of water. And yeah, the interesting thing about those long straight pieces of water is they do have to be built to match whatever shape the Earth is, right? If the Earth is flat, then those tow tanks need to be built flat. If the Earth is round, the tow tank needs to be built round, right? So it's kind of like what you're describing.
Okay, so I've got my perfectly straight pipeline or whatever that's been verified by the surveyors. We put water in it. The water spread out at the same rate, so we know that it's flat. It's verified flat. We got a verified flat surface.
Yeah.
Now we're going to measure the curve, because the curve is going to be mimicked on that flat surface, right?
Okay, so you make your perfectly flat surface, and then you're sort of whoops. No, give me my lips back. How do we get our lips? Give me my lips. Okay. And then we're thinking, if it's curved, there's a big if, right? Big if it's curved.
What, the Earth?
Yeah, if the Earth is curved, then the water is going to do this, right? But your level surface will be straight.
I can't see what you're doing.
Oh, you can't? Am I not sharing? Oh, I need to click this button right here. Boom. Okay. How about now?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my little curve. I'm making a curve here. So that's the water. The top surface is the water. And then you make a perfectly straight line and you say, if the earth is really curved, then we'll see a bigger gap here than here.
Yeah, we're gonna literally see the curve of the Earth mimicked due to gravity.
Okay, I agree this would work beautifully. Where we run into a stumbling block is the miracle that you invoked without explaining it, which was that this top line was created to be perfectly straight by surveyors. How did they do that?
They've built it out on a horizontal plane. What are you talking about?
Well, how do you make a horizontal plane?
Well, you establish horizontal, and then you use your equipment to just keep working down and keep it horizontal. Doesn't matter what the ground does underneath.
Okay. Would you be surprised to hear that most of the time we use levels to do that?
What kind of level?
Yeah, gravity powered level is like a spirit level or a fancier version of a spirit level.
Okay, well, I mean, are you claiming that we can't build a straight pipe?
No, I'm not saying we cannot build straight. We definitely can and have built straight.
Okay, so we're going
But
with
how do we do it? The reason I'm calling this a stumbling block is because when I tell you how we do it, you're going to reject it.
it doesn't matter because when we put water in it and it spreads equally, then we know that it's either flat, perfectly flat, or perfectly level.
Okay, so here's what I propose then. I propose that we build this straight thing using GPS, like they did with the LIGO experiment. That we get professional surveyors out with professional GPS equipment that can measure down to millimeters, and they will make us a perfectly straight beam, tunnel, pipe. They will make us a perfectly straight pipe using GPS. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
And then we'll pour water into the pipe
I mean, yeah.
and see that it curves.
What?
See that the water will curve in the
Oh, yeah.
pipe.
The water changes. The water changes in elevation from that horizontal plane.
Right.
Right.
You'd be happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, as when we pour the water in, we're going to know whether it is flat or level. If it's not, the water's going to flow one direction or the other.
Okay.
So unless
in that case, let me suggest a simplification of your experiment. Let me take an existing water body and just do the measurements with the GPS on that water body.
We're not going there. We're not going there. I'm looking for empirical measurements of water changing in elevation from a verified plane.
Well, we can verify the plane using GPS.
You think you can?
Well, you just agreed to it, I thought.
Well, but wait, what are you bringing the body of water in it for then? What are you talking about?
Well, you want to make an artificial body of water. I'm saying we have them already. We don't need to spend millions. What I'm saying is
you don't have
currently you're describing a fantasy that involves millions of dollars. But I can turn this into a reality that costs thousands of dollars.
No, you can twist it because I'm looking for elevation change in water from a horizontal plane due to the force of gravity.
Yes, and I'm telling you we can do that. We can measure that and have.
You're going to measure you're going to put water on a flat surface and you're going to measure the change in elevation from that flat surface.
I'm going to take an existing body of water and measure whether that water is a flat surface.
Well, you know it's flat unless it's flowing.
Well, if I use a differential GPS system and I measure the height of the water plane above level at various places, then if the water is level, as you say, then you've proved your point But if it curves, would you accept that that is proved that it's curved?
Well, if I saw water curve, of course it would curve. I'm never going to see water curve via GPS, though.
Really?
Well, yeah. What are you talking about?
Well, I've seen it.
Of course you have. You're a baller.
Okay. If I shared with you a video of somebody doing that,
Doing what?
would you be impressed?
I want to see water measured, changing in elevation while at rest on a flat surface.
Changing in elevation while at rest on a flat surface.
That's correct.
Okay. Rather than on a flat surface, can we instead compare it to flat? Do we have to have like a flat surface?
Yes,
Can it just be?
I'm demonstrating gravity and the curve here.
Well, yeah, but the problem is you've made a multi-million-dollar experiment that's not
So
realistic.
what? I got it like that. Who cares?
Well, I care because we can do it using thousands of dollars, and we can actually do it using my simplification of your suggestion. And we do it all the time.
I'm looking for empirical measurements of water changing in elevation on a flat surface. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prove gravity here.
Yeah. What if we just do the Bedford level? Rusty Walker.
Are you kidding me? Why are you keep diverting?
No, because what you're asking for is a multi-million. I don't have the money to fund that.
I do. Why are you making that an issue?
Because and we should change tack maybe. Let's change subject. I think that maybe this is a fantasy for you. For me, science is something for every day, something that we do and we verify ourselves, that we can do these things in the kitchen, we can do these things in our backyard. We can do these things. We can find out the answer once and for all. We can do that. And I think maybe you're talking about something that we cannot.
Why can't we?
Well, because if you wanted to make a mile-long flat stretch of concrete, it's going to cost you millions of dollars.
I don't know why you are diverting to a financial issue. I told you that's irrelevant. I just want to. Let me ask you this.
Exactly. You think that it's irrelevant to actually do the experiment, and I'm telling you, it's relevant. Let's do the experiment.
Okay.
But I don't have millions of dollars.
Can I ask you, when the pipeline or the river, whatever it is the flat surface is verified flat, and it's 5 miles long.
Okay.
Can you calculate what the water will do on that flat surface?
Yes.
Can you give me a rough estimate of? Can you tell me that water is going to change in elevation on that flat surface?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
You've measured water changing in elevation on a flat surface.
Now, I don't think that anyone has ever built a, quote, flat surface such as you described. The LIGO experiment is a straight line, and that's not full of water, right? So we can't use that. So if you insist that that's the only thing you're going to accept, then no, that's going to cost millions of dollars. I cannot do that for you.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to do it for. I mean, why wouldn't you be excited about seeing water suspend itself in elevation?
Suspend itself?
Yeah, I mean, it's on a flat surface. You would think on a flat surface it's going to lay flat, but this water is going to make a hump using its own power or whatever. It'd be using gravity. I want to see gravity make that hump.
Well, man, because I've seen that with my own eyes all the time.
What are you talking about? How would you? And what are you even talking about?
Every body of water I've ever seen is curved with the surface of the earth.
Really? You've seen
Yeah.
that? You've seen that?
Have you seen, for example, have you seen Soundly's photos of Lake Pontchartrain?
Dude, give me a break, man.
Okay, what are you going to say about that? You say you don't see curvature there?
That you just keep reverting to optics. I'm trying to do this empirically, and you want to go to all
You
these.
think optics aren't empirical, first of all, right? Optics are not
No,
empirical.
you can get accurate results, but you can also get the results that you want without proving to me that water can change in elevation on a flat surface. Why wouldn't you just give me your blessing?
You have my blessing. You absolutely have my blessing. Go and do that experiment.
I mean, I wouldn't want to waste money. You know, I would rather feed some homeless people or something like that, to your point, before I spend a bunch of money like that. But I just
on the flip side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-mile stretch of water and hire a surveyor to survey with, since you don't like optics, we won't use optics. We'll use the GPS units to carefully survey the surface of the water. And he's going to come back and tell me whether that water is flat or curved. And I'm going to be a bit dumbfounded that you don't think that's just as good as your version.
Well, you certainly may be dumbfounded then. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean,
I think my request is reasonable. I mean, if I just, that's what it takes. That's what it's going to take for me to believe that water can do that. I
understand. Yeah.
And, you know, in the same respect, what I would like to see, you know, is a real challenge. I mean, if let's just say that, you know, it was feasible, but if we could build, you know, a level pipeline, you know, level with the curve, 5 miles, and then we could add water to that and watch that water all be at the same level on an actually curved pipeline.
Those exist.
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Well, those exist.
Huh?
They exist, sure. I used to work. I used to work in an old defunct tow tank.
Whoa.
My office was an old tow tank.
You have water at rest on a curved surface at equal elevation.
Yes.
Where?
Remember, I was telling you about tow tanks, right?
No.
In grad school, my office was an old defunct tow tank. It was dry, but these tow tanks exist. The one next door was full of water. You know, it'll be like a 1/4 mile long or so, and it's just a straight. It's like a swimming pool, only really long and skinny.
And what did you see?
Water. And it stayed at the same level the whole way through.
Well, it was locally flat, is what you're saying?
Well, if the Earth is flat, it stayed flat. If the Earth is curved, it stayed curved. Absolutely, they exist. And all you'd have to do is go measure one and see whether it was curved or not.
With your GPS or some
something
angles with some refraction or what?
You need something very precise. The standard surveying equipment would be to use optical means. You'd look through the scope. But if you wanted to get the GPS surveying equipment, you could do that too.
When you measure drop with surveying equipment, is that Earth curve?
Yeah.
Really? Drop is Earth curve.
Isn't it? What do you think it is?
It's elevation drop.
No, on a surface of water, there's an elevation change?
No, I'm just talking about in general.
No, I mean, when you measure across a lake, say, from opposite sides of the lake, you don't think there's any elevation change, right? So if there's a drop, that's Earth curve.
Is there drops on both sides?
Yeah.
So you shoot one way and it drops, and then you go back and you shoot the other way and it drops.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they do, right? That's
I know. I know. That's why I want to let them establish a horizontal plane for me, and then just let me, pay for water to do its thing. And then we'll be like, oh my God, this kid just literally proved gravity with this demonstration where he made water do a hump.
I wouldn't be impressed by, honestly, I just wouldn't be impressed with your demo at all because I already saw it done. And the only thing you've added is you put a bottom to the lake, right? Putting the bottom doesn't change what the surface does. Nobody cares.
No, but I can measure it that way. I can measure it.
Okay, but in order to measure it, you needed to construct something that was agreed upon flat.
Right. We're done. We're over that.
We can get agreed upon flat with whatever it was, whatever you did to make it flat. Just give me that. I don't need the bottom. I just need whatever it was you used to make it flat. Right? It's like saying, like, I want to make a circular cookie. Right? I want to make a circular cookie. So I'm going to use a circular cookie cutter. If I cut my cookies with a circular cookie cutter, they will be circular. And so then I'm going to say, hey, I need a circle. Better bake some cookies. No, just give me the cookie cutter, right? I don't need the cookies. The cookie cutter is what makes things circular.
I don't know what you're talking about, but if you find a flat surface in nature and then measure the elevation change in the water from that flat surface, I'll be fine with that. We got a curve. We got, we got the gravity whole thing going on. It might be a spinning
I am definitely not aware of any such flat surface. Wow. There are curved surfaces in nature that would work.
But that's exactly my point. Everything is curved for you guys. Everything is level. Flat doesn't exist. Can't even make it. If you did, it'd be a waste of time because science doesn't care about making water hump.
Well, because I think maybe there might be some interesting discussion to be found talking about why you think that that there's a difference between measuring, like just get the GPSs out and establish what straight is, like just establish what is straight, versus making a physical thing then that follows that line. Why are those two different? Why is the making a thing better than just the measurement of straight?
Well, what are you measuring straight? If you're measuring a flat surface straight, I'm fine with that. Why does there have to be a surface? Can I make an imaginary line in space? In your imagination, yeah.
And then I use GPS units lined up. Right? I move the GPS unit from place to place down the lake. I'm using the water, right? I got the water, and the question is the water flat or is the water curved? Right? That's the question.
Right.
Okay, so I use the GPS units to say the water is not straight. And then you come back with, yeah, but you have to build me something. Why do I need to build something?
No, I don't. I say that's cool. You got your results. Now I'm going to go out and do it a different way. And I'm going to do it my way. And I'm going to show you that water can hump on a flat surface. No matter the cost.
Of course it can. We just measured that.
That's what I want to see. No, we didn't. We did not.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can logic with you for a second here. We're going to make a flat surface using GPS.
On a tangent?
Yeah. We're going to use GPS to make that tangent line.
I don't see where GPS can't establish a horizontal plane.
Yes. The horizontal plane you keep talking, that's the same one, isn't it?
Yeah, a plane's a plane. As long as
Okay,
it's
so
on-
we make a horizontal plane using GPS, right?
Sure.
Okay, that horizontal plane is only as horizontal as the GPS can make it. It is not better than the GPS. It is only as good as the GPS.
Well, we're verifying it with water anyway, so that doesn't really
No,
matter.
no, no, can't do that. We
Yes, we
can't do
can.
that
Why?
because we're questioning, does the water lay flat or does the water curve?
At rest, but when we're putting it in there, it's flowing equally, so we know it's equal.
Oh, wait, you think that water at rest is different from the flow? This is maybe what I've been missing this whole time.
Yeah, of course.
You think the flow is involved somehow?
The flow. What do you mean the flow?
The flow of the water.
I don't want the water flowing at all. I want gravity holding it still.
Okay. Let me back up, and you correct me when I you correct me when I blow it. Okay.
All right, man.
I'm going to use surveyors' professional GPS systems to make perfectly flat piece of concrete.
Concrete. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that seems less feasible to me, but yeah, anything flat, really, anything will work.
Something flat.
Yeah.
A pipe or something.
Sure. Concrete, whatever.
And it's going to be on a tangent line with any curvature there may or may not be, right? So we're going to make it not level with gravity. This thing is level. It is straight. And we're going to use GPS to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, doesn't matter.
So let's throw a monkey in the wrench here for a second. What if the GPS is rigged and it's gonna lie to us and make us make a counter curve?
Then we're gonna know when we put water in it.
Then when we put water in it, what's gonna happen? It's gonna hump in there, right? It's gonna flow into the middle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Where are you going?
It's gonna look just like the Earth is curved.
I mean, but you just switched off to like we couldn't make a straight pipeline or something you said it was curved because GPS failed after you suggested we use GPS and I was going to use a water level.
Okay, let's do it your way then. Maybe I am totally not understanding you. Okay, let's take a water level to make a perfectly level pipe. Right? We're using a water level and then we pour water in it. The water will all be at the same elevation because we used a water level to make it. Right? Water does what water does.
Are you assuming that water level isn't what it says? There'd be a hump there or something?
No,
I mean, does
I'm telling you that if you use a water level, you are making something that is level. And that is not the same as saying it is a tangent.
I'm with you on that.
Okay, so if you made it with a water level, you did not make a tangent thing.
Why couldn't I build out that tangent line with my? You're saying the water level is always, it's never it's always curved or whatever. It doesn't establish a horizontal plane. I'm
saying if the Earth is curved, right? I'm granting you we don't know. If the Earth is curved, like the science folks say, then a water level will make you a curved surface.
In theory, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not helpful for our test.
Once again, you're just assuming though, but I would just ask you,
I'm not assuming
listen,
here.
Can we or can we not establish a horizontal plane on a tangent? Can we or can we not? Okay, so let's just move on.
Or optical methods.
That's fine. So we built it. It's done, right? We verified it's flat.
Uh-huh.
Can we go from there?
No, because you're missing my whole point.
What's your point?
My point is we don't need to build it. There's no reason to build it.
Point. That's a ridiculous point.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is, whatever method you use to build it, you use some device to measure the flatness as you're building, right? You need something, some device, the flattener. You need the great flattener. The great flattener tells you whether your surface is flat or not. So as you're building the surface, you use the great flattener to make sure it's flat. I'm telling you, we don't need the surface. We need the great flattener. Does that make sense?
Well, not to me, because I want to see this hump. I've never seen it. I'm not sure it can even happen. Why can't you understand that?
I do understand it. I really do.
I mean, if you could show me like a different version of it, like, and it would make sense to me. I understand that my demands may be unreasonable, or whatever, but in my little mind or whatever, I want to see that elevation change on a flat surface.
Of course you do. I understand that. I absolutely understand that. You want to see it, right? If you could see it, you could believe it.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, right? see it being measured or whatever, or
only when I show you pictures of it, you're not going to believe those.
What are you showing me?
Like Lake Pontchartrain. I assume you've seen those.
Yeah.
You saw the hump and you're like, no, that's optical. Right?
Of course it's optical.
Right. And you've seen the horizon drop and you said, no, that's optical. Whatever else you've seen, when you see it, it's optical. So we're going to need something that we can like stick a ruler in to see, to measure.
Well, right? No. In my pipeline, you can have the latest of all equipment. I could care less. As long as it's flat, I don't care how you measure it. I just want to measure it. I want to measured a change in elevation on a flat surface due to gravity, because that's what gravity does.
Right. And so we've done that, but you don't like it because we don't have a flat surface when we do that.
Why can't we have one?
We don't do it with a flat surface. We do it simply by measuring against a flat reference.
Well, then you have a flat surface. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not a physical surface. We didn't build a pipeline.
Right.
So you can't see that. Jared's famous lake with the holes in the flashlight, that's optical, right?
I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah, I guess.
He shines a light through.
Was that on land?
Shining a light. No, he did it over on a lake.
How was it?
Jeranism. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay. I think where we're really different is what I try to do is break things down logically, right? I try to say, if this, then this, then this, then this, right? One step at a time, really carefully. And what would your response be if I said, that's not how you work? You don't work that way.
I'm open to whatever. I'm not going to get what I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I think I think you sort of feel your way through this stuff.
Oh yeah, obviously, I don't have a physics background, and like I said earlier, I really don't care. I have nothing invested in this except a little bit of bullshit. Sorry for my language.
Well, I respect that.
I'll accept whatever answers, if they're acceptable to me. But obviously, I'm not into the autolights and auto levels and GPS for proving the curve. It's not enough for me. And
right. And yet, to you, this seems perfectly logical. The idea that I could use a GPS to build a flat surface, and then measure that against water, that would be convincing to you. despite the fact that you just said you didn't trust GPS a moment ago.
I don't trust GPS over lakes and whatnot to determine that water's changing elevation.
But if I built a new lake using GPS with the bottom totally flat, that you'd trust.
Or if you verified a totally flat bottom with the GPS, you wouldn't have to build it.
Yeah, that's intriguing to me, because, as I said, I see things like, very logically. Logically speaking, you either trust GPS or you do not trust GPS. The thing you built using the GPS is not better than the GPS.
Okay, I trust GPS and theodolites and auto levels or whatever to establish a horizontal plane. I don't trust it to do anything else.
Right. So you can establish a horizontal plane, but if you measure against that established horizontal plane, that doesn't work unless you physically build the horizontal plane. Then it does work.
Well, I mean, it's a big lab, but isn't that what we do in the lab? I mean, just because we have to build it huge doesn't mean it's still not a huge lab.
No, that isn't what we do in the lab. No, it really isn't. What we do in the lab is, often very complicated, but we take measurements. Right? And like we take measurements. For example, I don't know, what do we do in the lab? In a typical lab, I'm going to drop a ball through some laser gates. And the first laser gate starts the timer and the second laser gate stops the timer. So, that's what we do in the lab, right? And now what did I do? I measured the speed of the ball using laser gates, right? That's lab. So if in a lab I wanted to try to detect curved water, that's exactly how I do it. Is I take a nice level flat piece of water, and the first thing is I have the surveyors just use theodolites. But then if someone disputed maybe that there's an unknown optical effect, then I'd say, well, let's use the GPSs then. I wouldn't build another thing based on the GPS and then think that the thing I built was somehow flatter than the GPS was itself.
Well, we've already established that we can verify the flatness, when we add the water or the level.
Okay, let's
the flatter level.
Flowrida has a question. Flowrida wants to ask about the towing tanks. We were talking earlier about the towing tanks, but I don't have a ton of hard data. Flowrida, do you have something specific that would connect the towing tanks to this conversation? Is there something about towing tanks that proves that they're curved? Because I was saying my old office was in a towing tank. It was an old towing tank that it was defunct. But so I definitely know they exist. Yeah, but no. So what is it about a towing tank that specifically compensates for curvature? Maybe that's something that that Asken could jump off of. Because it seems to me that a towing tank would need to be at the same curvature that the Earth is, whatever curvature that may be. So if the Earth is flat, then the towing tank is flat. If the Earth is curved, the towing tank must be curved. But I'm going to build the top rails at the exact same curvature as the surface. Because otherwise the water would go up and down compared to the rails, and I don't want that. So if somebody has more info on that, maybe that could help us.
I know
the rails are curved. Well, how do you prove that the rails are curved? They look pretty straight to me, is what I think the response would be, right? Asking, would that be fair if we found a tow tank and we looked at it and said, well, the rails look straight. How do we know they're not?
Yeah, I have no idea.
What if we used a GPS? What if we went along the rails of a tow tank with a GPS and the GPS says it's not flat? Would that be good enough?
Is the water at rest?
Yeah, it's totally at rest. It's a swimming pool. It's just a really long swimming pool.
And the GPS measured it flat.
The GPS says it's not flat. GPS says it's curved.
Well, isn't GPS based on the ball?
Isn't it? Yeah, it is. It is. It's based on satellites up in space, right?
Orbiting satellites?
Yeah.
Can you prove that?
You can see them.
Can you show me like a camera of one that can give me a landmark and then show me another landmark where I can do a calculation and verify its speed and verify that it is actually an orbiting object?
People have done that with the ISS, yeah.
Because I talked to Professor Phil and he admitted that he couldn't even do that for me, and I was pretty shocked.
What do you want to do? You just want to say, verify the speed of a satellite in space?
Yeah, I want to verify that it's orbiting first of all. I mean, it could be a drone or military aircraft or whatever for all I know. But I'd like to know that it's orbiting, and then I'd like to see like a landmark where I could say like a airport in California and then an airport in LA or something. I could calculate and I could verify that it's actually an orbiting object and that's actually its speed, instead of just looking at a light in the sky and then looking on a radar blip or something.
Let me see if I understand you right. If we put a camera on the satellite looking down at the Earth and then beamed you down a video from that so that you could see landmarks on the Earth going by.
Well, I mean, we could use the ISS. So like if I could see the ISS show me an airport that I could identify, and like see some planes or something like it was in real time. And then I see another, airport that calculated at 17,500 miles per hour, then I'm much more, likely to believe that that's possible.
Okay. Gosh, I imagine maybe you could find something like that. One thing that comes to mind is recently, you remember the Suez Canal where that boat got stuck?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Himwar.
Right. Did you see the footage of that taken from the ISS? They took pictures of it from the ISS.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not going to do it for me. I mean, those pictures could have come from anywhere.
Exactly. So I think this is really kind of my point, really, of the whole evening. My point of the evening is that you're going to ask me for something, right? You're going to ask me for, like, photos of something, and then I'm going to say, okay, here they are, and then you say, well, that doesn't prove anything. That could have been taken anywhere, right?
I'm not going to ask you for no photos, no.
Well, didn't you say if we had photos from space of one airport and then another airport?
No, you can't go to space, dude. What are you talking about?
That's what I heard. I guess I misunderstood.
Yeah, they're lying. Bro.
Okay, the way people who are truly curious about this have done the following experiment. You take two people, some distance apart, some known distance apart, and you have them both simultaneously film the ISS traveling in front of the moon. Right?
Yeah.
They can then triangulate.
I'm not disputing that there's something in the air. I'm disputing that there's people on there.
Right, but since they have a known distance apart, right, you can calculate the distance to the thing that you're seeing.
Sure.
And they've done that. And amateurs have done that. I've seen them do this. And then by tracking how fast the thing moves across the sky, which you can reference against, the object that is passing in front of the moon, you can then tell based on its distance and how fast it moves across the sky, you can tell its speed.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me.
Right. And so, yeah, exactly. That doesn't do anything for you. And I think that's really the point. That's the main point of all of this, is that it doesn't convince you of anything.
Well, but I mean, at least I have, some standard that I want, and I'm not just being totally unreasonable. I mean, I have, stated pretty clearly what would do it for me.
Right. What would do it for you? And I think that's really worth talking about as well, is the thing that would do it for you. I mean, like the water level one we've been talking about is an unrealistic experiment. It's one that will not happen.
Well, hold on a second. What if I was just on a farm with my buddies and we happened to have some material that we could build it out for a mile, say? Could we still not measure that change in elevation?
Do you have the equipment?
It's much more feasible that way. I mean, it's possible that some people could just do it, with their time or whatever. In that case, it wouldn't be easy.
If you hire surveyors to set up their GPS units for you.
We don't need no surveyors. I mean, if it's flat, it's flat.
Yeah, you do. You need professionals to do that.
Why?
Otherwise, you won't convince anyone of anything.
Well, I'm going to convince them when I got a hump in there. What are you talking about?
I don't think you will. I think if there's no hump, people will say that's because you didn't build it right. If there is a hump, people are going to say it's because you didn't build it right. Right?
Huh?
How do we convince people you built it right?
Well, because like I said earlier, it's either flat or level when you put the water in, and it flows both ways equally.
Yeah. I'm definitely reminded of the force the line experiment, where the premise was that if we just line it up straight, it'll be straight.
Okay, well, can we go back to the concrete? Because that was kind of like,
okay,
when I first started thinking about these things, I thought about an above ground pool, because you could put like, you can measure everything easily around it, or in the middle, you can measure it anywhere. And then I thought, if I could get somebody to build, in the center of the pool was the tangent, and then I built it out flat. I thought, what would happen if I put water in the middle of that 1 square mile concrete slab? Now, if it was flat, right, it would spread out equally, like in a circle, I would think, and almost hit the walls at the same time if it was truly flat. Do you agree?
Yes.
So then all I would want to do from there was to, at the edge of the pool, see that it's just a little lower than in the middle of the pool, where the elevation is changes. That would be all it would take for me.
That would be great. And where I keep coming from is that what you just described is a fantasy. It's not something you can reasonably do. Right? How big is this pool you need to build?
But I don't think economics is reason to.
How big is it? How big is this pool going to need to be?
Well, that's where I would rely on you to
Before
tell
you're
me.
Convinced. Do you need much difference in elevation do you need? Is an inch enough?
I don't know, because I'm not, I would rely on your expertise for that.
No, we're talking about what it would take to convince you. I'm already convinced. What would it take to convince you is the question. If the water is an inch deeper in the middle than at the edge, are you convinced?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go less than that? Can we go like a half inch?
Yeah, I'm negotiable. Yeah, I mean, we can certainly talk. I mean, if I see the half inch, then I might want to see the inch. But yeah, that'd be a great start.
We better go for an inch then. How far across does this artificial lake need to be, according to mainstream science, to get you a 1 inch hump of water? Does anyone online want to feel like doing that math for me? It's something short of a mile. I think a half a mile across would do it, probably, off the top of my head. But if anyone in there wants to bust out the Sagittal formula, we could do that. We could work it out. Let's say it's a half a mile across.
So now it would definitely switch to the pipeline.
Okay, so we're going to build a half a mile of pipeline.
Yeah.
How are we going to build a half mile of pipeline that is completely flat on a tangent? How do we do that?
Well, we just build out the horizontal plane or whatever. I mean, you saying me or GPS or we ended up back.
Use it. If you're willing to use a GPS, then you have just agreed that GPS is reliable and works.
Well, but no, what I'm really disagreeing to is what you said earlier, is that we know we can build a flat surface. So I don't know why we just can't move on. You know, like we always get caught up on that technicality when you want to switch me to GPS or whatever, which I get. You know, that's fine, and that may work, but a plane. It seems like no matter how we get to the horizontal plane, we can get there, you know. And then what I do from there is what I want to measure empirically. You know, I just the GPS. You know,
the reason I'm harping on this is twofold. The main reason, really, at this point, is because I think you have crafted this experiment subconsciously. I think it's completely subconscious, but you have crafted it in such a way that it is impossible. And therefore, you have protected yourself against ever having to face this judgment. You never have to see this measurement because you know this measurement will never take place. What do you think about that?
I would have to disagree because honestly, I wouldn't think that we would have to do the experiment once we understood what it would entail, because I don't see how anyone could believe that water could build upon itself into a hump on a flat surface. I mean, I would love to see it. I would really love to see it.
Okay. You would really love to see it. I dig that. I would love to see it too. That would be kind of cool, I guess. But I just don't. Yeah. Astro Rex nailed me right there. He says, I can psychoanalyze that. Yeah. You know, I'm not qualified to psychoanalyze anybody. I'm not. But that's the impression that I'm getting, is that if I say I can measure it with a theodolite, you say that's not good enough. If I say I can measure it with a GPS, you say that's not good enough. But yet you're willing to agree to this grand construction using that same GPS that was not good enough a moment ago, right? It wasn't good enough to just measure with a GPS, but it is good enough to build with a GPS. And that logical failure tells me that it isn't about what is true and what is not true. It's about making sure it's impossible.
That was just you. You're the one that brought the GPS. But each time you brought the GPS in and kept suggesting that we measure with that. I never said it. All I wanted was a straight line, which obviously we can build, but you are the one that kept interjecting the GPS.
Right, because you simply just say, obviously we can build, as if that's an answer. I say, okay, if it's so obvious, how do you do it? How do you build a half mile long straight line?
Well, I don't know, but
exactly.
We could verify whether it's straight when it's done or not. I mean, we could.
How would you do that? How would you verify whether it's straight?
I just told you, by putting water in, it flows both ways. We know that it's flat or level.
But you can't tell the difference between flat and level that way, right? That's the whole test. The test is, if the water stays at the same elevation, then it was level. If the water curves, then it was not level, right? That's the entire test. So you can't rely on that answer to tell you whether you built it correctly.
Your argument is that we cannot build a flat surface.
No, my argument
Yes,
is
it
we
is.
totally can build a flat surface.
But it has to be with GPS. And once you do that, you don't need to build the flat surface.
Exactly.
Well, at least I got it.
Whatever method you need, or whatever method you use to establish straight, right? Whatever you've got that says this is straight, that is what we need. That is all we need. We don't need to make a surface out of it.
Okay, well, you keep saying that, but that's what you don't need. I need to see water changing in elevation on a flat surface.
Why do you need to see that? Why would seeing that, as opposed to just seeing the measurements, why would that matter? Like if I just say, okay, at one shore of the lake, the water level is at, let's say, at 10 inches. And then at a mile down, the water level is at 15 inches, right? Let's just say. And I measured these with GPS. There you go. I proved the hump of the water. And you say, no, but I have to have this surface. Why do I have to have the surface?
So that I can see the hump. Measured.
I just measured it. I showed you the numbers. Why is that not enough? Why do you have to have like a bottom to this lake?
So that I can measure.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I think that sums it up. Dumjeza says, can you just tell him you would never see the hump? Why? Yeah, I don't think he's expecting a big hump. We understand this is a small hump, right? We're expecting like inches.
Yeah, I realize I would never see it. That's why I want to measure it. So, because I can't see it.
Okay, so Florida has the paper on the tow tanks and is pointing out that on a 136 meter tank, the curvature is half a centimeter. 0.6. No, sorry, half a millimeter. Oh my God, come on, who's gonna even see that? You cannot share in the chat. Can I give you permission? I don't know how. Maybe you can email it later, or put it in the comments later, and we can look at that. Florida is saying he has a link to the paper about the tow tanks, where presumably they measured the tow tanks, I think.
Awesome. I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's worth looking at. But I would say, it's been my experience talking with people like yourself that that no test I ever come up with would ever be acceptable. What do you think about that? Just blanket statement. Anything that I came up with, no matter what it was, you wouldn't agree to it.
Well, that's a little too blanket. I mean, obviously, I'm against using optics over water, but
okay. What if I used optics over land?
To do what?
I'm looking over at my other screen. I got one sitting here. I got a mountain that's I think like 40 miles away, if I remember right, and it's the same height as my observation point. Where should that be if the Earth is flat? Wouldn't that be right at my eye level?
Well, no. I mean, refraction is going to skew everything. I mean, the atmosphere is just a screen. I mean, at some point you're just seeing the things in the air, as far as I'm concerned. So we're kind of
so if that mountain is significantly below eye level, you'd say, oh, it's got to be refraction.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we could. Yeah, I mean, it is refraction, isn't it? Depends on the situation.
Refraction works the opposite direction, as far as I understand.
Fraction.
So I'd say no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't feel like obstruction is curvature. So.
Right. So you're aware of obstruction. You're aware of things dropping in the distance. You're aware that we can look up in the sky and see lights zipping past that that people say are satellites, right? Have you ever seen a satellite, by the way?
A light in the sky moving across the sky?
Yeah, yeah. That's it's not a plane, it's not a star. It's it's zipping across the sky. Um, you ever seen one of those? I mean, a lot of people have never seen one.
No, I can't say I've ever seen what was
Okay.
supposed to be a satellite in the sky.
But you believe that people see them,
I believe, yeah, of course people see all kinds of things in the sky.
right? But you're not convinced that that makes it a satellite.
An orbit, yeah, the satellite. I mean, satellite me, I'm talking about orbiting satellites. I mean, I'm sure.
Okay, I'm using the word satellite to mean an orbiting satellite. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, and so if I were to say show you a picture of what it looked like through a telescope, and you've seen those, I assume, right? You've seen pictures of the ISS, and you're like, doesn't prove it's a satellite, right?
All right.
Right. And then you've heard that it appears in a predictable, regular pattern. You can look and see where it is at any moment, and you can use that to track its speed, but that's not good enough, right?
Not to prove there's people on there. No, there's no people on there. Come on, man.
Well, okay. Why does it matter whether there's people on there or not?
Really?
Yeah, really. If I can prove that a satellite exists with no people on it, doesn't that mean the Earth is round? Gravity works like they say.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of DirecTV?
Yeah. I mean,
okay. Do you have that? Do you have like a satellite dish?
No, dude. I don't watch TV. Are you crazy?
Okay. I don't have one either.
Right.
But the people who owned this house before us, they had one. A lot of people have them. You drive around, you see them, right? You know they work.
Yeah.
They work. And they're pointed at the sky. So there's radio signals coming from the sky.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. There's an ionosphere up there.
That's right. And those satellite dishes, they don't move, right? They just sit there. They're always pointed at the exact same spot in the sky.
Yeah, I hear you, man. But I mean,
okay, but that's not a satellite. It's got to be something else, right? So that's the thing. No matter what I come up with, I come up with a million things. I could talk about, airlines flying in the Southern Hemisphere and how those distances show that the Earth is a sphere, but that's not going to convince you, right? That wouldn't convince you.
I understand your point, but I could say the same thing in that you don't consider any of the lack of evidence. We can't even go to the North Pole. You've never even seen the North Pole. It would be the point that we might be able to see something spin, and nobody even cares. Nobody even thinks it's a big deal.
Why would that be a big deal? A lot of people go to the North Pole. I've never been to the North Pole. A lot of people do go. And we know what you see. You see the stars going around in a circle, right? We agree. There's nothing to be discovered there.
No, we didn't agree.
We don't.
You stated that I wouldn't be able to prove anything, and I disagreed.
What would you prove by looking at the stars spinning over your head at the North Pole?
I would go to the North Pole and be able to determine whether it is the sky or the ground moving.
By your own intuition, right? By your own guts, feelings.
No, because the helicopter is going to go up and stay there, and whatever moves is going to be. The helicopter is not going to rotate 15 degrees per hour. And if it is, I need to see that happen so I could believe that it's possible.
Yeah, that's not how helicopters work.
Well, that's not how the North Pole works.
That's not how any of this works, no. And yeah, how about we go to the South Pole? While you're at it, do it at the South Pole instead, because there's more to be learned down there. because we mostly agree about what's going on at the North Pole.
The pole really wouldn't matter to me. I just need that access point, because I know that I am not going to turn in one place. So if the ground moves underneath me and the sky doesn't, then I know then you're right. It is rotating.
Right. So what we come down to is that you just don't believe it.
No.
I could tell you stuff, but you just don't believe it. But you do just believe some other things, right?
No, I'm very suspicious of the lack of evidence. What are they hiding from us at the polls?
What lack of evidence is it? I literally just listed 4 or 5 different ways to test for yourself and provide this evidence that I think a normal person would find very compelling. And yet you come back with the suggestion that I have no evidence.
Well, we have satellites in space, right?
I have satellites in space. Yeah. I don't have them, but yes, we have them.
Why can't we just park? Why have we never seen one over the Earth watching it spin at the North Pole?
You can't hover one over the North Pole.
Okay, why haven't we seen one just cruising over watching it spin?
We have. We do it all the time. So this is exactly. Let's pause right here. Let's really focus on this. You just said, why have we never seen a satellite just looking down at the Earth? And yet,
watching
you know for a fact you have seen that. You just rejected it. You just didn't accept it, that it was real.
When did I see that?
You've seen photos from the ISS.
What?
You've seen videos from the ISS. Am I right?
Yes.
And you rejected them as fake.
That doesn't mean the videos are fake. No.
Okay. So how are they not what you just asked for then?
What did I ask for? I forgot what we were talking about.
You asked for a satellite in space to just show a video of the Earth below it.
Well, is that in space?
Yes.
So it's outside of our atmosphere?
Well, there's no real hard line, but it's in low Earth orbit. Yeah, it's in space.
I mean, when does the atmosphere stop dragging you along with the Earth?
It never stops. It just gets less and less the farther you go.
So no, you would never be able to see it spin then? I mean,
that doesn't mean you can't. You can totally see it spin.
Where can I see it spin?
Okay.
From the ISS?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll look it up for you.
Maybe we can do it next time or whatever. But
discover. I'm looking for discover.
We can't do this.
Time lapse.
What does the Discover orbit?
What's that?
What does the Discover orbit? I was curious.
That is out at the Lagrangian point, out at L1. It's called.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Say again.
What does that mean? I don't have any idea what that
means.
Well,
what that means is the gravity of the Earth, right, pulls things towards the Earth. The sun has a gravity too and pulls things towards the sun. So as you get farther from the Earth and closer to the sun, you become more attracted to the sun, right? And so there must be a point where you're equally attracted to the Earth and the sun by the exact same amount. And we call that the Lagrangian point. And that one's L1. That's the name of it. That's the name that scientists give it.
So it's orbiting a spot?
Yeah, it's orbiting a spot that's halfway, well, not halfway, it's closer to the Earth, but it's between the Earth and the sun.
I'm gonna have to look into that one, man. That sounds weird.
Let me share my screen. Boop, and hit the share button this time. Okay. And here is, let's fast forward to when they stop zooming in. Here you go. This is a satellite watching the Earth spin. This is a year compressed down so that you can see it spinning.
Oh my God, I can't believe we live on a ball.
Yeah, there you go. And so for the audience, the point is not that this is proof of anything. The point is that this is what you asked for as if it was impossible. And now when presented, Let's hear your response. What do you say?
Well, I don't see the North Pole.
Well, why would it have? What? There's the South Pole right now because this is winter for us. And then as we see, there you go, January. So if we go, let's fast forward a little bit. Oh, that was cool. I missed it. There was an eclipse. Anyway, now we're seeing the North Pole. Okay, now we're in May. Right up there, that's the North Pole right there.
Is this satellite moving, or how's that work? How's it
The
taking
satellite is equally attracted to the Earth and the Sun, so it hovers right in between them.
And so how's it taking a picture of the Earth the whole time?
What's that?
How does it take a picture like that of the Earth the whole time?
Well, it just takes pictures periodically. It just takes a picture, and beams them down. And
so it's not even really a video, just pictures put together.
Well, what do you think a video is?
Well, not picture. I mean, yeah. I mean, in a
that's what a video is, my friend. Yes.
Yeah, but there's a difference between saying something has been videoed and pictures have been, stitched together. Come on now.
No, they're not stitched together. That what you just saw was a time lapse, and the reason that it's a time lapse is because if you watch it in real time, it would take 24 hours for the Earth to rotate one time, and that would be like watching the grass grow, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that. That's not what you asked for. You asked for see the spinning.
Well, I would essentially like to see once again something that would identify the Earth for me instead of something that anybody could make.
Okay, that's a very good idea. May I suggest the clouds that we saw in that video would be something that you could make out, right? And so if they faked it, they would need to make sure that any clouds that you can make out, like say if there's a tropical storm or something one year, then if the clouds didn't match the weather reports, then we'd know that was fake.
Yep, I'm with you. I like your line of thinking there.
Okay. I would say that's where you ought to go next. Then you want to take something like Epic Discover or Himawari 8 is another one that people use for this purpose, and then analyze it like this one we're looking at. I'm not screen sharing anymore, but we were just looking at 2016. And here, let me screen share again. Let's screen share. Boink. It's like right here where I've got it paused. There's a rather interesting swirl right on my screen right now. And this is in March of 2016. So you ought to see, was there a tropical storm in March of 2016, which appears to have been to the east and south of Australia?
Is that the Himawari?
No, this is Epic. This is Discover. This is DSCOVR.
The one that orbits around the Lagrange point?
Yeah, this is the one that's on the Lagrange point. So this is a good one for this because it's between the Earth and the Sun. The Earth is always in sunlight. It's always daytime in these photos. Right, so it makes some really good views. Here's another swirl up in the north. You could maybe see if that swirl showed up on weather reports at that time. And just go through and find anything just truly unique that you can just say, oh, that's definitely, I could find that, right? Or maybe like pick something over your area, right? Here we are in winter again. We should go to somewhere summery. I'm trying to find North America. In June would be good. That's Saudi Arabia. Now, oh, there we go. There's North America. So like in your area in whatever time this was, I think it was like June or July of 2016. Go look at the weather reports and see if you can find old weather videos from that time period, and see what the weathermen said the clouds were doing. And do they have like radar? Like those weathermen show those radar images of the clouds. Look at the radar image of, like, say your area, maybe you're in the Midwest here, whatever. Does the radar look like this? And if it does, then you're like, how do they fake that? If it doesn't, if it's totally different, then you've got great evidence that they faked it.
Yeah. Hey, can we switch gears a little bit? Can I show you something?
Yeah, sure.
Can I share
You
my
can
screen?
share. I think you've got permission.
All right. I don't know. Hold on.
While you're working on that, Wolfman Bonsai, I'm not sure if you're being ironic or not. They tell you it's oblate, then show a perfect sphere. Have we forgotten doublethink? Yeah, I have actually, and I've got a video on my site if you want to go check it out, where I grabbed one of those images right there from the Discover camera, the same one I just was looking at, and I measured to see how oblate it was. So I would invite you to go and check that out.
You ready for this? I can.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
I think so.
Can you see it?
Oh, yeah. I see a moon. I see the moon. And a plane went in front of the moon. Uh-huh. I see a plane going in front of the moon. Uh-huh. Complete with the lights. We're showing the wingtip lights now. Uh-huh. And then
That's it.
Okay, cool.
Hey, have you ever caught anything like that?
Are we talking about the little like tuft that appeared behind the plane? It almost looked like it pulled part of the moon with it as it passed.
No, I wondered what that was, but I just meant like in general, like a plane flying in front of the moon like that.
Yeah, I've seen videos of the plane flying in front of the moon.
No, have you ever caught it though?
What's that?
I took that video.
Oh, you did that?
Yeah,
that's really good.
Well, I mean,
I've never done that myself, but I've seen other people do it.
I don't know if it was good or not, but I was just checking the moon out, and dude, I thought it was the ISS. So fast, I was like, what? And I had to go back and look, and I just thought it's like,
that's
how?
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like a strange thing to happen. I felt weird, But,
well, planes fly, so once in a while, one's going to go in front of the moon.
Right, but while I'm pointing my camera at it, all zoomed in.
That's just awesome. That's just super cool that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, exactly. It was a shocker. So,
yeah.
What else can we talk about? I mean, you can continue to dig in my brain if you want. Maybe we can.
Well, my premise really, and I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts about this. My premise is that you are not relying on what I would call logic. You are relying on intuition, feelings, that kind of thing. What do you think about that?
Well, I would absolutely disagree. I would say that I am relying on logic.
Okay.
Maybe too much.
Okay. My data point here was that I said we would use GPS to make the level surface, and you agreed that GPS was good for that. But then when I want to use GPS to do the measurement directly, you said no. And to me, that's a complete break in logic. Why do you think that is not a break in logic?
because all I wanted was a horizontal plane established. I don't care how I get it. And
Right. And my whole point was that however you got it,
it's gonna be
however you
flawed.
got it, that is the trick, right? You need it established that it's horizontal plane.
Right, but you act like that can't be done.
I did not say that that can't be done.
Well, you
I
keep
said that you
placing
can't
doubt
just declare that it is horizontal.
Well, of course not.
You need some way to show that it is horizontal.
Right. But I mean, if I
That's
say
the need. You don't need the surface. You need the horizontal.
that's what you keep saying, but I need the surface for me. I mean, don't you think
Right,
a lot
but there's
of
no logical reason. Do you agree that there's no logical reason to need the surface?
No,
There's
I
some
don't.
kind of emotional need to need the surface.
I don't know why you would say that. It seems perfectly logical to me. I mean, can you tell me that there's some flat earthers out there that if they saw water change in elevation on a flat surface that they wouldn't have to take a double take? I mean, I would hope that they would leave the flat earth altogether because that means it's not flat.
No, I'll tell you exactly what they're going to say. And it's frankly, it's the same thing you're going to say if you saw that. And it would be, that's not a flat surface. That's a curved surface.
Yeah, you're wrong. I know what a flat surface is. I mean,
how would you know that a surface is flat?
Because the water's going to hump in it.
Because the water's not humping, right?
No, if it's flat, it's going to hump.
If it's flat, it humps.
Right.
So if I just show you water humping, then you're convinced the surface it's on is flat.
I don't care at that point. You show me water humping, it doesn't matter what the surface is. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, mental exercise here. I'm going to take a soda can. Soda can, I'm just going to cut the bottom off of it. And I'm going to pour water into the bottom. And I'm going to say this soda can is flat. And the water inside the soda can is humping. What do you say?
I don't know. Do I frustrate you?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm trying to explore this with you.
Yeah, I mean, I do too. But when you use these examples, I'm not even really sure what you're saying about a Coke with some water in it and it's humping. What?
I think a rational person would look at me like I was stupid and say, soda cans are not flat. The bottom of a soda can is curved.
I didn't want to call you stupid.
Well, yeah, fair enough. No, but would you now agree that the bottom of a soda can is actually curved?
Absolutely.
So my experiment was bogus.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you say something,
why wouldn't you say that if I showed you a half-mile wide soda can and said, no, dude, I promise it's flat. I totally checked it. Why would you believe me? I wouldn't believe me.
I'm not sure what you're saying. You kind of lost me there.
Okay, I'm going to imagine, I'm going to make you a half-mile wide pipe that I promise is totally flat. No, really, it's flat, I swear. But the water bulges inside. Isn't the very first thing you ask, how do you know it's flat?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But
how else? It is, I swear. Isn't that good enough?
Well, you're acting like we can't verify it or not. Once again, you're just acting like we can't build a flat surface. I realize that we were,
No, I'm not saying that. You can verify it. How would you go about verifying it? And just looking at the water hump, that cannot be your answer because the water hump is the reason we're doing this in the first place, right?
Yeah.
I could totally fake that on a flat Earth.
What do you mean?
If the Earth is flat and I just wanted to convince you that the Earth is round, all I would have to do is make a curved pipe, put water in it, and then tell you that the pipe was flat. You'd need to verify somehow that
that water would not change in elevation.
If I made a curved pipe that curved upwards on a flat Earth, then the water would definitely be low at the ends and high in the middle.
Well, now you're just saying that I can't tell a curved pipe from a straight pipe.
I am absolutely saying you cannot tell a curved pipe from a flat pipe. I'm absolutely saying that. Yes. You
Well,
cannot tell.
that's ridiculous.
How would you tell?
And we would measure them. I mean,
Measure it with what?
well, are you putting the onus of, doing surveying on me? Like I can't hire people, or I don't understand where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with this is, yes, you would hire people. The same people who have already told you, they already measured it. It's friggin' round, dude. Those people, you would hire them to test this pipe. But you already rejected everything that they said a minute ago. Why would we trust them now?
I've never rejected a horizontal plane. If somebody wants to establish a horizontal plane, then I can have it checked and make sure it's a horizontal plane.
All right. Interesting. And this brings me to really, and this is absolutely fascinating for me. When I talk about this, I think this is basic logic, right? This is basic logic, and you think you're using basic logic, right? You think you're doing logic, and I'm being illogical. I think I'm being logical, and you're being illogical. What do you think of that?
I think that seems perfectly logical.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
Nailed it.
That's where we live,
That's exactly right. I think that one of us is not doing logic, but thinks they are.
For sure.
Yeah. And I can give you a clue. I'm going to be condescending for a minute.
Okay. It's probably me.
You don't have any education in any of this.
What do you mean?
You don't remember ever taking a physics class.
Oh, so what? I have a college degree.
In what?
Psychology.
Really? Oh, amazing. I should totally get your thoughts about, you should psychoanalyze this, not me. But yeah, so here you are with no formal education in physics, saying essentially that you know physics better than everyone who does have a formal education.
No. Where did you get that from?
Well, because the science books are pretty clear that the Earth is round. They're very, very clear about that. And you have said, no, you're not going to accept that.
Well, I told you how I could accept it, though.
Right, but we gave you much evidence, many pieces of evidence to back it up, and then you said, no, those don't count. I just want this one. I just want this thing.
You're kind of painting me, though, to be a little like a stereotypical flat earther or whatever, like you picture them. And I mean, I would like to maybe try to present myself as different than that,
Interesting. But in what way do you think you're different? Let's hear that.
Well, I don't, like I said, I don't care, and I don't have anything invested. If I find, go ahead. If I find, that if I get the right evidence, I would change my mind and not even care. I mean, it'd be interesting or whatever, but.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty typical of the flat earthers who are willing to speak to me. Many flat earthers are just very angry and they don't want to talk to me. But the ones who will say pretty much the same thing you just did. Dumb Jezza has a question, actually. Recently, I did a video where I talked about a paper, not a paper, just like a book chapter. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about this, because you actually have a better background in this than I do. The topic is that some people hold, let's just call them crazy beliefs. I'm not saying that you're crazy. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying one of us is wrong, right? So the paper suggests that perhaps there's like an evolutionary link here where people they believe these crazy things to signify, to signal their membership in a group and membership in the tribe, right? And the author suggests that if you just go around saying, yeah, the grass is green, right? Grass is green, sky is blue. If you go around saying that, that doesn't signify anything. That doesn't tell you that you're a member of a special group. But if you went around saying, the sky is green, grass is blue, because that is so obviously contradictory to what people would normally think, people who say that are able to bond as a group. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think they're bonding as a group over the information that the group might claim to believe in. I think they're just bonding with each other and being, overwhelmed by the charismatic people that are the leaders or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely. That's what I had thought as well. But I thought the author made an interesting point where he suggested that, for example, ancient times, prehistoric times, you're in a tribe of humans, and there's another tribe across the river who's like gonna make a raid on your tribe or something, right? So you have to fight against them. So he describes how you would have to organize your tribe to fight against them. And how would you do that? And one of the things he suggests is that if we would unify our tribe around something that makes us special, that would help with that process, right? And then he goes on to say, to make us special, it has to be something different from that other tribe.
Like when people thought the earth was flat and then they came in with that different round thing?
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, let's go with it. Let's say, what if the world is actually flat? I could signal my membership in this science group, right? This academic group. I aspire to be an academic, and I see these academics say the earth is round. So because I see that, I will reject the evidence of my own eyes. I will reject my feelings that tell me I'm not moving, and I will profess to believe that the earth is round. And in fact, my brain is wired to want that membership so bad that I actually believe it now. I actually believe the earth is round, not because my senses told me that, but because I'm aware that there's a group of people that I want to be part of.
Well, that's essentially the claim, is that the spinning ball is essentially programming. It's mind control. And if it's
I think that is the claim. I think what's new about this suggestion, though, is that the fact that it is ludicrous is part of the attraction.
The fact that you say it's ludicrous may only make it ludicrous to you. It's not ludicrous to me.
Well, I was saying that the spinning ball is ludicrous. I'm taking that on because I forgot which Greek philosopher it was that says, you can entertain a notion without believing it, right?
Yeah, but both sides of the story without, I got you.
Right. So I want to be fair to you. I'm not calling you crazy. I'm not saying your ideas are ludicrous. I will say for now, mine are crazy.
I got you.
Mine are crazy. I'm crazy. Could it be that there's something in the human mind that chooses crazy on purpose in order to solidify group membership?
Yeah, I mean, that's just like saying, could there be crazy people? Yes, absolutely. And they'll do whatever they want to, to bond in other ways. I mean, they don't necessarily have control of their behavior, just like maybe none of us really do. I mean, we don't know a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So with that in mind, how would we ever know where objectivity lies? Is there any way to say, I have fallen victim to this? How could I, as this cult member or whatever, identify that I'm in a cult?
You couldn't.
Is it just impossible? There's no way?
Not until you get out.
Not until you get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be really how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being tricked, you don't know it. You know, that's
When
part
you're
of
being
the
tricked, you don't know it. So is there, what the practice of science, right? The practice of science is all about trying to achieve this objectivity. Does that work? Does that not work?
I mean, in my mind, we need to. I mean, the reason that I'm in the predicament that I am, per se, if I would speak like like a normal person, was because that I started over and completely went unbiased and tried to learn it, and I couldn't get back for the reasons that you and I discussed tonight, as far as my maybe too demanding and unreasonable, requests for my standard of evidence. I may be absolutely off my rocker. I know I'm off my rocker. I'm just not sure why.
Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I think that's a very, very common story. And when I first heard this, the story of, I saw some flat earth information and I thought it was crazy. Is this your story as well? And then, so I looked into it, but I couldn't disprove it. I couldn't disprove it. And so I became one of them. Is that sort of your story?
Oh yeah, I couldn't disagree. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, it comes down to, that's why, I'm always, each side is always trying to, get the other side to prove their model, because that's, if you're always as king, you're probably going to win.
Right. When I first heard that, I was really, I didn't believe it. I was shocked and just stupefied by that claim that you couldn't disprove it, because I can disprove it in an afternoon. I can disprove it with a quick thought experiment.
Disprove the flat earth, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, because it's not flat.
Right. And yet here you are arguing that you need to see this very particular experiment to show that.
Well, it's not flat because there's hills and valleys.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about hills and valleys.
There's elevation changes. It can't be.
I can show that it's a globe. All I got to do,
like with a picture,
is watch the sunset. Just watch the sunset and tell me, does the sun go below the horizon or not?
Of course it doesn't.
You say the sun does not go below the horizon.
No. That's just refraction and all kinds of, it's just the sun moving away.
From everything that you can tell, it appears to go below the horizon. It visually goes below the horizon.
Well, that's like you saying, you can't feel acceleration. You can only feel constant motion,
No, it's not the same. I'm asking you, what evidence do we have? Do you see the sun seems to go below the horizon?
Sure.
And then we can look for explanations.
Sure, I'll grant you that. That's not an issue.
Okay. So based on that, our eyes are telling us that the earth is round. So I'm going to need some kind of affirmative proof that that is not correct. I'm not just going to disregard what I just saw without some reason to do so, right?
But the only reason you saw that is because it's a ball.
No, that is not the only reason I saw it. I saw that because the sun does that.
No, if you knew it was something else and you saw that and there was an explanation for it, then that would be perfectly normal as well.
Yes, but I don't have that explanation, is what I'm saying. What explanation? There's no explanation has been offered other than your vague claim that maybe there's some refraction. right?
We know there's refraction.
That does that? No. We are not aware of any refraction that causes that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying that sunsets prove the ball.
I'm saying they don't prove it. They are obvious visual evidence.
Enough to determine that that's enough to make a conclusion.
Okay. And that's what I'm getting to. That is what I'm getting to, which is how do we make a conclusion? Because I think a lot of flat earthers are taking the position that we make a conclusion only when we have definitive proof. What do you think about that?
We honestly we don't care what you make decisions about, because we've already written most of science off, because to us they just set out to to divide us and steal our minds and hide something.
Right. And I think that was, I think actually that was really, really honest of you. You've written it all off. You're not making judgments based on evidence. You've written all of that off and chosen a side.
Well, you can't say that I haven't written it off because of for good reason. You don't really know. I'm not just hand wave dismissing it for whatever reason. I mean,
you've got reasons, but the evidence no longer matters to you because you've chosen a side. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair at all.
Okay, then correct me.
It's all about the evidence. If I see the evidence, I haven't seen any evidence that is convincing to me, being the crazy person that I am.
Right, exactly. It's the evidence has to be convincing to you. Of course, we each need to be convinced by the evidence.
Can I ask you, is not feeling any movement, is that evidence for a stationary Earth?
I would say initially, I would say yes. Yes, if I knew nothing, right? If we knew nothing about science and we come at this, what would we say? We would say, I don't feel any motion. Okay. And by the same logic I just used with the sun, that means until you can show me evidence that there is motion, I'm going to stick with the fact that there is none. Does that sound fair?
Yeah. So after you make a determination that there is movement, then the fact that you don't feel it, that's no longer evidence for not movement anymore.
I'm going to, okay, let's say I don't feel any motion, which I don't feel any motion. So I am starting from the point of my current hypothesis, we are not moving. Somebody comes to me and he says, check this experiment out. This experiment shows evidence that we are moving. Fair enough?
What? I would have to, I mean, I don't.
What would that experiment be? I don't know.
But fair enough. We can move on. I mean, I'm not sure.
Let's say it's a pendulum. Let's say it's a Foucault pendulum. Right? Okay, so Foucault pendulum, look at this. It shows that we're rotating. I'm going to say that's funny, but I don't feel it. So how do we resolve these two pieces of evidence that are in conflict? Because all evidence is real, right? How do we resolve those two? So we look at it and we determine that, well, the amount of rotation that we saw with the pendulum, you would not be able to feel that. It is too subtle to feel. So then I now see there is no conflict. There is no conflict with the evidence. So I accept the best available evidence, which is we are rotating at 15 degrees per second. I'm sorry, 15 degrees per hour, because that's what the evidence says. And I have no conflicting evidence. Why is that wrong?
It's not necessarily.
Okay. And then I look at the sun. The sun, looks like it's going behind the horizon. So until you give me some evidence that suggests it's not really, I'm going with that.
Well, Could it not?
There's a difference between, can we imagine a universe in which there's some explanation? Yes, right? It could be unicorn farts. I don't know that it's not unicorn farts, but I'm not going to start there, right? I'm not going to start with it's unicorn farts until you give me some good reason to, right? We don't just say it could be something I don't know. Well, sure, it definitely could be something I don't know, but until you give me something to work with, I'm not gonna waste brain cells on imagining things. I'm gonna stick with what I've got.
Okay, let me ask you, what are you doing then? I mean, what do you hope to accomplish with people like me?
What am I doing with people like you? I'm trying to explore how you think differently from how I think. I know I can't convince you to think my way, but I think that maybe if I describe my way of thinking and then you describe your way of thinking, like tell me why you didn't follow that same line of reasoning as I did, right? So going back to it, you tried to disprove the flat earth. I said all you got to do is watch the sunset. And there you've got evidence that it doesn't match what the flat earth people say. It doesn't line up. So you were willing to say, yeah, but it could be refraction. And that's good enough for you. You're willing to accept that.
That's not the whole basis for a decision, though. I have no idea what the sun is.
Why does that matter?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what it is.
I mean, wouldn't you just accept the best evidence available to you, the evidence of your own eyes? That it looks like it's going behind the horizon. So isn't that the best evidence available?
No, because that doesn't make any sense. Because how would water curve around a ball if it was round or whatever? I mean, I'm not going to be able to get over that. There's, that outweighs the sun evidence.
Okay, that's fair. So yeah, we do have to weigh all of it, and we may end up with some puzzles that don't match. That seems fair. So gravity seems to be a real problem. Let me ask this. Was gravity always a problem for you, or did it only become a problem for you after you got into flat Earth?
I didn't have a problem with anything, and I never really cared about any of it. I mean, I had no imagination as a child. I've never seen Star Wars. I literally had no imagination. I didn't have any concept of space or anything. I just, played sports and wished I had an imagination. So then when I got older, all of a sudden I got my imagination back, and it puts me in this position that I'm in where, I have these unreasonable expectations for evidence to substantiate, these things that I seem to want so bad, which I really don't. Like I said, I'm honest when I say I don't care. I just can't get over, how I see the world, as not moving and the water, not changing in elevation on a flat surface.
Right. Interesting. This imagination that came back to you, are you thinking that your increased imagination brought you to the flat Earth topic, or did it go the other way? Did the flat Earth topic open your imagination?
Flat Earth had nothing. I'm into lots of other different things, but I mean, basically, flat Earth to me is the easiest way to wake people up to the bigger deceptions. I mean, you're obviously not going to agree with me, but I have no doubt that you are programmed, and you're not going to break the programming like you need to start over. And if you did do it and you started over and it was a ball, then you would end up right back where you started. And that's
Right.
it.
Yeah. Okay. One of my recent hypotheses, I call it a hypothesis, but I don't know that I can really come up with a way to test it. But maybe you can help me. I believe that flat earthers are in a fantasy, that it is an imagination, and it is a sort of a fantastic imagination, and something in your mind wants to believe. It really wants to believe in something not mundane. What do you think about that?
Say it again.
It's this theory I have. I'm calling it a theory, that the expression of flat Earth is saying, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat. I think gravity is fake. I think you're programmed by the man to, I don't know, whatever." Right? I think this is a fantasy. It is an imagination that is decidedly not real, and something in your mind has allowed that fantasy to grow to the point where it's your world now.
Yes, that is exactly what you should think. But then my question to you would be, why are you getting sucked in? Because you're feeding it. You're giving it credibility. You're giving it legs.
Okay, this is interesting. Keep going.
Well, I mean, you really need to justify what you're doing if you're not getting sucked into this, because I could easily say your subconscious mind is fighting it and you're acting like, you're just doing the science when you're really trying to figure it out, because maybe your subconscious mind's been telling you that the earth doesn't move, but your conscious mind keeps telling you, yes, it does. And maybe there's a battle going on in there.
So because I'm interested, let me follow you here. Because I'm interested in what flat earthers say, you think maybe, subconsciously I'm a flat earther.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far, but I thought it was an interesting thought. But in my mind, yes, we have an internal gyroscope or whatever, and our subconscious knows that it's not us that's moving, and that causes a conflict.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's an interesting point of view, and I would say I very much think that's what's going on in the opposite direction. I think that, and actually, I think I can back it. I can back it, and I don't think you can. So this is the thing. I call myself I can science that, and the reason I call it that is because I'm using science as a verb, right? I'm saying I can test that. Science is about saying, yeah, but can you test it? Can you falsify, right? So first of all, do you agree with that? Science is about falsifying something. If there's something that is not falsifiable, it's not science.
It's very funny you said that, because my next question was going to be, how do you falsify your model?
Yes, exactly. And I have made personally several tests that had the potential to falsify my model. Have you ever made any test that honestly could falsify your model?
No, I'm not. No.
Right.
The tests that I've considered are what we discussed tonight.
Right, and all of the tests that I've suggested, you do not accept would falsify your model.
I'm not aware of how they would, and I may be ignorant. I may be ignorant.
Even my attempts to stress and outline, I've attempted to outline how we could do this, but you're still not happy with that.
Well, I mean, like when you say Himawari and discover, I'm already referring back to all, the research that I've done. I'm not expressing it to you, but I'm just not giving that credibility because in my mind, I've already been there.
No, yeah, and I mean, basically, let's just go to a water surface and hire some surveyors to answer the question: is that water surface flat? I think that should be absolutely acceptable to you as a proof, or as the evidence we need. And yet you're going to tell me that doesn't work, and I think that means your model is not falsifiable.
I don't have a model.
Then it's not falsifiable, is it?
Nope, it's sure not.
Okay, so that means one of us.
Well, wait. I can't say that because
one of us is doing science, one of us is using logic, one of us is making tests, the other is not.
I don't know. Well, I'm not sure who that is then, because I
think it is pretty clear who it is. You just said you have no model.
No, well, I'm saying I have no complete model, but my model has flat water that can't be measured changing in elevation.
Your model has what now? Say that again.
My model has flat. It has no curved water. It only has flat water.
Right.
That does not change in elevation.
Right.
On flat surface due to gravity.
Right. And yet I can measure on the Earth the curvature of the water.
You say you can.
Indeed. And so when I do so, your response is always that my measurement does not count.
Look,
right?
It doesn't register to me. I don't know enough about it. I mean, the only way that would you agree that water will form a hump on a flat surface?
Absolutely.
That's all. Yeah. That's all I'm really, asking for. And then when if I go do it, or if I see it, if somebody else does it and I see it, that's it for me. Then this game is over.
Okay. Well, would you be willing to go with this? I don't believe in Bigfoot, right? I don't believe Bigfoot exists. So as soon as someone has photographed every square inch of the planet at the same time, and then we can go through those photos, then I'll believe that there's no Bigfoot, right?
No, you can't do that because Bigfoot might be interdimensional.
Exactly. So you just described an unfalsifiable claim, right? It's unfalsifiable, and therefore that's not even science.
I know.
Right. But so that's what you're doing to me.
I know.
Okay.
How long are you going to continue to participate?
How long am I going to continue to participate?
Yeah, I mean, not just with me. I'm not saying cut me off or whatever, but how long are you going to, entertain flat earthers and give them a platform without really respecting, their opinion or their science per se, or their pseudoscience?
I don't know. See, for me, the question really, it's silly. I'm not really interested in flat earth. Flat earth is to me, I'll be honest with you here, is just nonsense. And that's the reason why I'm conversing about it, is because it's safe. No one's going to get hurt over this.
Are you sure about that? I mean,
so far I haven't heard of any like flat earth terrorists or anything.
Go on. But I really, so what is your motivation again?
I want to better understand what has caused the apparent modern dramatic increase in what I would call misinformation. In people, or I should say, people believing things that are patently false. There seems to have been a dramatic increase in recent years, recent decades in that phenomenon. I don't want to, I said, I definitely, let's not talk about any of the dangerous ones. But flat earth is very convenient for that because it's not dangerous. It's very benign. We can talk about it.
I agree. That's why it's so That's why it's so confusing. Like obviously you've been a exquisite host and a gentleman, and I couldn't be, you know, more impressed with you. But there are a lot of other people out there, and I don't know
Yeah.
if you've seen this. I have, but on your side, they are very aggressive,
Oh yeah.
very
Some of
aggressive.
them really are.
They come to my page and they stalk us. You know, it's not pleasant, but why are they like that?
Well, you know, the other side does it too, right? I
Well, I
I
mean,
I hate
I
to
don't think
speculate
typical.
which is worse. Um, you know, my pages are always filled with just hate. Um, it, it happens.
I guess I don't understand because, and you might see this a fault of mine either, but I don't. I like you're a. Obviously, you know, I consider you, you know, a wonderful acquaintance or whatever. I had no problem, you know, with your tone, conversing with you and exchanging ideas and being wrong, you know, or whatever. And it's really comfortable. But I've I don't
Ditto, by the
I
way.
don't
You've been a
I
great
don't
guest.
I don't typically go out of my way to converse with, you know, anti flat earthers or,
Right.
you know, people that, you know, are, they're it's not that's not what I want to do at all. That doesn't do it for me. I avoid that situation. But
Yeah.
yet
Yeah.
I'm still in it all the time because there are a lot of people on your side that, I mean, they've called me pussy or whatever because I won't go on a certain Discord or whatever. It's just like this
Right.
antagonistic, like who am I? Why would I matter?
Yeah.
Like who
Totally.
cares?
Totally. Um, from my point of view, where I really started when I started this, where I came to pretty fast. I came to the realization that I think what's going on, what you just described, is sort of a tribal division. That we have divided ourselves into the flat earthers and the globers, and we want to fight like some kind of, you know,
Okay.
sports teams or something.
Yeah, I think, but that's not how we see it. We see it as all of us are being terrorized by our governments per se. And they're all, you know, it's the people of the world versus the governments of the world. And we, you know, we feel like, you know, you guys lean a little bit the other way for, you know, and it's a gray area, but you know, we're quite confident that, you know, you're not critical enough of your government.
Okay, okay. What if I were to say to you that these flat earthers who were I'm sorry, these globers who were attacking you, they see you as attacking their government, attacking their group, their tribe, and they're just defending themselves against people who are trying to hurt them.
Questioning science is science.
Well, there's a difference between questioning and what flat Earth does. Flat Earth is not about questioning.
Well, I mean,
If you
it's a,
question, that implies you're going to get an answer.
I mean, it's a theory.
Well, when you ask a question and say, "Hey, I have a question. What is the square root of 4?" Right? And you say, "What is the square root of 4?" If I tell you 2, and you go, "Nuh-uh," that is not questioning. That is just being rude. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between questioning, right? And questioning is saying, "Hey, what is this answer, please?" And then when you get the answer, you say, "Oh, well, thank you for that answer." That's questioning. And so if you want to say, I don't know, what's your question? How far away is the moon? How far away is the moon? Okay, and I say it's 240,000 miles, or whatever. You say, really? That sounds really far. How do you know that? And I say, radar beams. And then right? If you were honestly asking a question, when I said radar beams, that'd be it. We'd be done with that conversation. And yet it's not going to be, is it?
Well, you saying you can bounce radar off the moon?
Of course you can.
Okay.
How could you not know that? right? If you were curious about this, I mean, you didn't ask the question, so it's not fair, right? I made that up.
You
But the
bouncing it off
person who asked the question, when you get that answer and you're like, oh, really? It's that well known. It's that simple.
You mean like they put reflectors on it or something?
Well, they do have reflectors on the moon, but we don't need reflectors to bounce radar off it. They have reflectors that are on the moon, and that's one of the primary pieces of evidence that Apollo really did land on the moon, because we left reflectors. They're still there.
So this is an honest question. So when you can shoot I really don't know. You can shoot radar through the ionosphere to the moon, or you can bounce radar off the ionosphere depending on the angle, or
just straight through, bounce it to the moon and back.
And the ionosphere has no effect on it.
I'm not an expert on this. It depends on what frequency you use. I know that. Somebody says laser reflectors do give better results, but we were doing the radar thing from well before Apollo took place. Yeah. I know that there was like amateurs do it. It's insane, really, how easy this is to do.
So, but bouncing the signal off the moon really has nothing to do with the reflectors. So we don't know the reflectors are there.
You don't need the reflectors to do it, but if you want to, you can. It's an expensive setup, right? You don't do this in your backyard, but observatories, professional observatories, will have, some of them have lasers powerful enough to shoot a laser beam up to the moon and bounce it off one of the laser reflectors that are up there, and to detect it coming back. Yes.
And what do we conclude from that?
We conclude the distance to the moon. The reason we do it is for the distance to the moon. We get very accurate distance to the moon with those. And the other one is somebody put reflectors up there, right?
Yeah. Have you ever felt uncomfortable about defending the moon landings ever in your life?
Have I ever felt uncomfortable about defending the moon landings? Interesting question. I would say I have felt uncomfortable talking to people who are aggressive about denying what I consider basic facts. Yes.
Yeah, I get this overwhelming theme of, there's a lot of these things that are already traditionally accepted, and I'm in denial. Of course, in my mind, these things haven't been substantiated, so you should be skeptical too.
I agree. I am skeptical. I am super skeptical, which is why I go out and I test things. I find things that I can test. So I'm not going to bounce a laser off the moon. That's not something I'm going to do. But what could I do, right? What are the things that I could do? With the moon, for example, I have taken observations at different times and different days to study the pattern of the moon phases, right? And I have looked at that, and then I have built simulations here on Earth to verify that what I have observed matches exactly the model that I was told. That works. So I've personally done that. I have also personally watched eclipses of both kinds and verified that those work. So yeah, I know that I'm not being like indoctrinated to believe these things.
That, but that's how you would feel if this stuff was put into your head before your mind was even out of its theta and hypnotic sleep states. You would not know the difference. You would believe it was your own from as long as you can remember.
Oh, okay. Well, by that logic, then we could all be, the head in the jar. We could be living in a simulation and we would never know it, right?
Well, Do you do you think that there's any technology being hidden from us? And if so, how far behind do you think the people are?
There is definitely technology being hidden from us. Yes. Yes. I forgot who was asking me. Yeah, I was in the wind tunnel when we were flying the F-22 before it was real.
Yeah.
Technology does get ahead of what the public knows.
What would you care to speculate on something that they might be hiding from us right now? They're working on just speculation or?
I would say one thing that I have learned in the past few decades is that my guesses about future technology are always wrong.
Right, I hear you, buddy.
It's like go back to old Star Trek TV shows. We thought we'd be flying to other planets, but that our computers would look like gumdrops, right? It's just like we thought we'd have laser guns and warp speeds, but our computers would take 10 seconds to do a simple calculation.
Right.
We had no idea what the future was going to be like.
What do you
Yeah.
What do you think we're going to see from the space program here in the next couple of years? Because obviously, it's ramping up, and they're going to do something, big or something drastically is going to change the direction.
I'm hoping we get that moon program, Artemis. I'm hoping that we go through with it, but I'm not super hopeful, to be honest. I think American politics goes in pendulum swings. And the current swing is really not looking good for the current administration. I think we're going to see another Republican administration after this. And I don't think they want to spend money on non-militarized space.
Right. So is there any point where, that we don't go back to the moon or we don't do a substantial thing that we said we did where you would begin to question that? Is there anything that could?
No, that logic doesn't follow for me. The idea that I did a thing, therefore I must do that thing again.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's not a logic.
If you're legitimately saying there's no way they could have, simulated that.
Well, I'm saying that I have entertained that idea. That I've heard the idea, and so I entertained the idea. I looked at the evidence that is available from both sides, and I found the conspiracy side very weak, and I found the other side extremely compelling.
Don't you think?
The conspiracy side comes down to a lot of lies, things that are just not true, and so that does not help their case. And then a lot of speculation, a lot of well, they could have. It could have been this. It could have been that. Meanwhile,
do you have a lot of?
That's not evidence of anything.
Do you have a lot of experience with video, or I mean?
Yeah, I have experience with video.
I mean, did you find anything suspicious about the program?
There is one photo. I forgot who it was. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. There is a photo that NASA put out of an astronaut in space that is fake. There was a fake photo. It exists. Yes.
Probably just one.
One that I'm aware of. I'm only aware of one. And so what does that tell me? That tells me that I've looked and I've been objective and I've been honest about it. I didn't lie and try to cover that up.
You really, I mean, you really kind of like project, you're really coming down hard on like, I did this. And since I decided this and I felt that, the evidence was overwhelming that this is fact, then you're doing this.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't mean
I didn't mean it in that. I didn't mean it in that respect, but
I don't mean to be putting words in your mouth or anything like that at all. I am trying to contrast, right? I am trying to highlight the contrast.
Right,
That's
but
the point.
when you do your contrast, you emphasize that this has been accepted and blah blah blah, and because of that, then I'm trying to be this or that, or I'm doing instead of I just don't accept that that was ever substantiated. But I wanted to go back to the moon,
Right,
if you don't
right.
mind. Go
I
ahead.
think what it comes down to is like we each need to choose the level of evidence that we're convinced at.
Right.
And I think you have chosen something much higher than what I have chosen. And when it comes to trusting the government,
Right.
when it comes to trusting that the government is telling the truth, my standard of evidence is there and yours is like here.
Right.
And the point I try to make that honestly never works is if the government tells you the sky is blue, are you going to start the Red Sky Society?
You betcha. Yeah. I mean, you're just right. There's nothing I can't defend that. That's where we're at.
And so when the government says we went to the moon, does that mean we didn't go to the moon?
Absolutely not. But I think it comes down to for you, I'm saying you do not recognize the lack of evidence. And you only concentrate on the evidence that we have. And that's what you want me to analyze. Where I'm saying, hey, why don't we see this? Or, just looking at it from a logical, how in the world could, if that was as dangerous as they say, they just pulled it off like nothing, and now they haven't been back. And quite frankly, I don't know how they're going to do it, because if they did shoot it in a studio, they can't recreate that that feeling of the technology that it was shot in. Then there has to be unless they have the technology to do it, whatever. I don't know how they would film it with today's technology and make it look just like it did back then. I mean, because to us, it's obviously in a studio.
Right. Well, I think you're kind of saying two different things here. Sparrow says lack of evidence is a very arbitrary and loose concept. Let's talk about the lack of evidence. What do you mean? Can you be specific?
Well, I don't know why I've never seen either pole. Like, it wouldn't be fascinating to me. There is a point, there's an axis that literally stays where it's at, and I would love to see everything around turn around that in a day. Like if that was Santa's house and everything rotated around Santa's house, that would be fascinating to me. Maybe I'm simple, but
Okay.
that's interesting. That's
okay. So why haven't you seen that?
I don't know, because I mean,
is there something stopping you from seeing that?
Well, no, but something is apparently stopping somebody from doing that. I mean, because like, how come nobody's? I mean, I guess it's difficult because it's cold.
I'm sitting here going, I think I could break you out videos or videos of those things. I could show film of tourists doing this.
What?
Going to the North Pole and going to the South Pole.
Okay, then show me some freaking tourists standing around this point, this axis, and let me see them rotate around the thing in a freaking day or whatever.
Well,
I mean,
why do you think that would look like something?
Well, if I'm looking down at the ball, I can see it rotate at that point, just like I spin a basketball on my finger.
Okay, I just Googled tourists at the South Pole. There they are, holding hands around. Oh, that's the North Pole. Here's the South Pole. Somebody took pictures. They got flags around it. Here's some tourists at the South Pole. Right? So people go there. If it was so fascinating to you, you could be one of those people. It costs money.
I don't want to go there. I just want to see it turn. I want to see the North Pole spin on a dot.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I could come back after doing a search, but there's time lapses. There's a guy down at the South Pole who frequently has done time lapses of the sun and the moon. Did he
Okay,
ever
let
do the
me ask you
star?
this. So is it your stance that if I wanted to, like if there was somebody at the pole and they wanted to do this for me and they put a drone up in the air, that the drone would spin with the Earth, and if the drone
No,
wasn't,
what I'm saying is that your understanding of drones, in my opinion, your understanding of drones is totally wrong. That you're describing drones in a way that is not physically accurate
well,
at all.
that's my fault because it's not about drones or whatever. I don't know how drones work. I'm not claiming to, but in my mind, I feel like I can put a flying object over that area and it not be affected by the rotation. I
And
just
I'm telling you, that's not what the physics says. The physics says you keep whatever rotation you start with, and the more important thing is if you're in the air, you go with the air. A balloon follows the air. A helicopter flies through the air. So whatever the air does, that's what you do.
have there been any studies of the air above the North Pole
Yes.
and what it
Yes.
does? What does it do?
I am not the expert on that, but I do know that the experts study extensively what the air does
Okay,
at the
so
North.
if I had a helicopter on the North Pole, how is that helicopter going to move if I just want to stay in one place?
Okay. I Like Turtles asks, what does he expect to see exactly? Um, if I may, I think what you expect is something that I've heard very often, actually, is that once the helicopter leaves the Earth, it won't keep doing whatever the Earth does. That it should now be disconnected from the Earth and disconnected from the motion of the Earth. Am I describing that right?
Well, I mean, to me, it's how much conservation of momentum would something have that just went straight up and was only going to, it was never going to move anywhere, by the rotation. It was going to stay in the same place.
And
Without
what
winning
I'm
or
telling
whatever.
you is that what physics says, and you can do, you can do, laboratory experiments to prove that this is the case, is that angular momentum is conserved. So if you're spinning when the forces let go of you, you stay spinning at the exact same speed until some force acts to stop that.
Right. So if you're on the North Pole and you're on the ground in a day, you won't go anywhere.
Well,
except for stay in one spot.
If the Earth is spinning once a day, then you are spinning at the rate of once a day.
Right. In your own on your own print.
Right. And then when you take off from the Earth, you maintain your once a day rate.
I don't believe that for a second. There's no way. Well, how can you logically
I
say
think this
that?
is a very common thing that.
How could you logically say that?
How can you logically say that? Because we do it in the laboratory, and that's what happens.
You would never be able to prove to me
And
that
the
Earth is
mathematics of it is actually really pretty straightforward. I've derived the mathematics of it before.
Does everybody?
There's a guy I was talking to. His name was. Oh, I'm blanking on this guy's name. Anyway, there's a guy who claims that that angular momentum is not conserved and whatever. And so I went into this topic at some length. All you need to do is say F equals ma. If you believe that force equals mass times acceleration, if you say yes, that's correct. Then you then need the definition of torque, right? Which is that force crossed with the moment arm is torque. You combine those two, you work it out, and you get to conservation of angular momentum. Yeah, the angular momentum isn't conserved guy. Do you remember his name? It was, I don't know.
Okay, so how long could I go denying the science that you give me and sticking to, these semi-irrational ideas of what I'm hanging on to, for my fantasy until you change your approach and either bail
That's a good
out
question.
or
I try to frequently change my approach. I haven't found one that works.
Right.
I think honestly, I don't think it's possible for me to ever convince you of anything.
Well, why do you say that when I told you how? I mean, it might take you $300 million, but you could do it.
I think from experience. Now, this isn't you're not the first flat earther I've ever talked to. From experience, it is my expectation that if I were to do that and I made the thing, you'd come and say that I had cheated and it wasn't flat. And
I
then
don't.
when we broke out the GPSs and measured that it was flat, you'd say the GPS is rigged. It's all based on fake satellites anyway. So why would we believe that?
If I can verify a flat surface, if I see,
How?
if I don't, it doesn't even matter if it's a flat surface. If I see water curving, I'm done.
Right. You say that. This is the thing that that I find really fascinating. I mean, absolutely fascinating is that you will say, just show me X and I'm done. Then I show you X and you say, not that. That doesn't count.
X has to be credible. I mean,
what does that mean? How do I make something credible to you?
Well, I have to be able to determine that the water is changing elevation.
Right. So
without flowing.
So, okay. Lake Pontchartrain. Let's look at Lake Pontchartrain.
Why? I've been looking at that for years. There's not going to,
right, because you just said, show me the curve in a credible way.
That's just the curve in your mind, though. That's not you.
Right? Really, why is this? Share my screen.
You can't.
Share. You just said, show it to me. Here I am. I'm showing it to you. And now comes the rebuttal. Why is this not showing water curved?
Well, first of all, it's moving. So, of course, it's going to curve. It's flowing.
This lake is flowing.
Well, the water's moving. Yeah, it's certainly not at rest.
It's not. It's a lake. Where's it going?
And you're telling me that water's not moving at all?
There's some little ripples on the surface.
I mean, if you want to believe that that bridge is
connected to the ocean, it's, is it? It's.
I don't know. I don't know how you could expect me to believe that that's a real portrayal of the bridge. That's just freaking video. It's just.
Why don't you go and film it yourself?
I've seen. Well, because I don't care that much. I mean, that bridge is never. I mean, I've been there. It doesn't do that. It doesn't look like that.
You have been there. You've been to Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, I've been down to Louisiana.
And you looked across this bridge, and that's not what you see?
Look, I've never, ever seen water that appears to curve, except in pictures.
Right. I would say you probably need some telescope. You're not going to see it with the naked eye, are you? I don't know. I haven't been down there. Can you see that with anybody? No. Can you see this with the naked eye?
What are you going to see with a telescope?
This is what you see with the telescope.
That's just obstruction. That's not curvature.
That is a freaking curve right there.
That's just distortion. That's not. If you think it's curving like that, well, more power to you. I mean, I get it. I'm not mad.
That's the thing. This is what I just said. You ask for something, I show it to you, and you say no, it's not for reason after reason after reason.
Yeah, but you have no doubt in your mind. These things are facts. Nothing can change that. You can't even get any new evidence that will change that.
No, that's not correct. No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely sure.
Can you show me the time when you changed your mind then?
Yes. Lots of times. For example, let me give you an example. I was under the impression that light going parallel to the gradient would not bend, would not refract.
Right.
And I forgot who actually pointed it out, but it was on Ruhif's channel. Somebody pointed out that no, I'm pretty sure it bends. And they pointed me to a video showing that it bends. And so that started me off on a quick research trip. And I learned that that's correct. Light, if there's a density gradient and light goes straight across the density gradient, it will in fact curve. And I can do the mathematics and show you why. I learned that because I was wrong about that. And so I immediately said, oh, you know what? I was wrong. I have math to back it up and I have physical demonstrations to back it up. So I immediately changed my position. That is the key. As soon as you get new evidence, you should change your position, right? And that's what I'm talking about.
Sure, absolutely. What was I gonna say? I can't remember.
Yeah, another one. Like last week, I was talking to a flat Earth buddy of mine, and he was I was saying that there's two options. Either, or I said there's three options: the Earth is flat, the Earth is concave, or the Earth is convex. And he just kept saying over and over, no, that's not the only three options. And for the longest time, I would not listen to him until I finally listened, and he explained that there are, in fact, old models that the Earth is sort of like a potato chip or whatever, where it's both convex and concave. And I was dismissing those. And so what did I do? Is I said, dude, you're right. Right? When you're right and I'm wrong, I change my position.
Yeah, I've learned a lot about the heliocentric model. I'm not going to lie, because I didn't care about that stuff as a kid. So it was all new to me, and I personally think that the worst thing that flat Earth will ever do, if it doesn't have any validity to it, will be to teach people about the heliocentric model, which is exactly what happened to me. I may get there, like you said earlier, we know less about, whatever it is that we're living in than, we know. So it could end up, anything, beyond what we could have conceived or whatever. But I don't know.
Yeah, it could.
What is there anything that if you saw, it would change, drastically one of your views, or like?
Absolutely. One of my earliest videos was 20 cheap and easy tests to see if the Earth is round or flat. So if any of those tests were to come back with the flat answer, then that would make me seriously question this again, right? I have given this some thought, right? I did these. I didn't actually do all the 20 tests. I came up with the 20 tests, and some of them I have done. And so far, every test that I have done has come back with the globe answer. I am aware of only one type of experiment that comes back with the round answer. I'm sorry, the flat answer. There is one type of experiment that can come back with the flat answer, and I am aware that there is one.
Interesting.
That would be the lasers over water, or light very close to the surface of water.
Yeah, those can be sketchy too. Do you think that people can be controlled with the truth?
Do I think people can be controlled with truth? I don't know.
I mean, do you think you can tell people the truth and then
use that to control them? Yes.
Or remain in control of them?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like if let's say we were in imminent danger, there's a tsunami coming, and I were to announce that to people, and I were to go and go on the radio and say, hey, there's a tsunami coming, get to high ground. I think I could control the people. They would go to high ground. Yeah.
What I'm saying is do you think that if you want to control the masses, that you have to lie to them?
No, you do not have to lie to them in order to 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 do that. I think the tsunami example shows that most people would immediately try to get to high ground if I told them the truth that a tsunami was coming. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I couldn't. I was kind of going in a different direction than you were. Your examples sometimes I listen, but they're a little bit.
Dumb Jezza has a different one. He says, "Tell a child the fire is hot, don't touch it." That's true. Fire is hot, and we have, I guess, controlled the child.
No, what I'm saying is more of if you want to control a certain section or a certain or the whole society, the way to do that would be to lie to them and have them believe the lie without it actually being true. Then you can tell them anything you want and they'll have no way to determine what the truth is because they never had a true gauge.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting approach, but I think we just demonstrated that it doesn't work, because I can do that with the truth. If I want people to not touch the fire, I have to just tell them that the fire is hot. And then some of them will not believe me. Some of them will stick their hands in the fire because I'm a damn liar. Those people are going to get burnt. And then maybe they'll listen. But I don't have to lie in order to get people to do what I want if what I want them to do relates to the truth, right? Your unspoken assumption is that I want people to do something nefarious. I want people to do something.
I think what my point more was if nature created this place, it's one thing. If there was a higher being or whatever that created this place, and when this being created this place, it was wonderful, it was whatever utopia or whatever. There was nothing wrong. Everybody knew the truth. They knew that they were watched over, and that wasn't it. And there was just this knowing and understanding. But then something came along and told them differently and slowly separated them from that, so they no longer knew that they no longer had that connection. But it was based on a premise that was not true, because it would have had to been, because that's the only way you could have controlled them, because the truth wouldn't do it, because the truth was too good.
Maybe, I guess. I mean, if I understood correctly, you're saying if everything is super awesome, I could never, like, there is no tsunami, right? There is no tsunami. How do I get everyone to drive up the hill? I'll lie and I'll tell them there's a tsunami.
Well, no, you're taking it. We always we're kind of looking at things on different ends of the spectrum. You're saying, how do I do this? I'm saying that would have already been done, and then we would have been going the other direction. You didn't follow me. I'm sorry.
No. What do you mean by going the other direction?
I'm just saying well, my premise would be that that we're all, in a sense, lied to. Maybe not about that, but about something, and that is what keeps us, from being more free, and that is what controls us. Our lies that we believe, that we, and maybe I'm talking about myself. Maybe I'm confessing right now.
I think we have been lied to extensively. And one of us has successfully identified the liars, and the other one has fallen for the liars. And if we're objective, then we can't tell which is which.
You're very confident, and I appreciate it.
We can't tell whether have I fallen for the liars, or have you fallen for the liars?
Well, I mean, I don't. I kind of felt like you were saying that I said that the government was lying, and then you have to say they're not.
Well, I'm not saying the government doesn't lie. I'm saying
So you continue to trust known
I'm
liars.
saying somebody told me there's two suns in the sky. There are not two suns in the sky. That was not true. So I did not believe that. The government told me we landed men on the moon, and I'm saying yes, that the evidence points to that having been the truth.
If it was proven to you beyond a shadow of doubt in your mind by your standard of evidence that it actually was done in the studio and they simulated it, how would that make you feel?
Very betrayed.
Right.
Right. And I think my hypothesis is that you feel very betrayed by your government, and that is why you think the moon landings are fake, not the other way around.
No. I worked a career in working with film type stuff, and I'm basing that on the evidence that they are providing us. That there's just no way that that's accurate. That's not real footage or whatever.
What film career? What
No,
film
I don't want to get into that, but I'm just saying I'm judging by the evidence itself, and I'm just saying that was done in a studio. You can talk till you're blue in the face. It doesn't matter.
If I understand you correctly, you're saying you trusted the government until you saw this fake moon stuff, and now you don't trust the government.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
That's not correct.
I don't really relate, the cosmology or whatever to the government. Yeah, I mean they faked the moon landing, but they've always been doing these things. That's not really, in my mind, that's not really out of the ordinary. I mean, I don't.
So you already had mistrust.
Well, my whole life I never questioned anything, the government or anything. I mean, I guess the fascinating part would be trying to figure out when and why I started getting cracked open, and because I'm telling you, I was the most fall in line person ever. I never questioned anything. I just went about my business, and I mean, I would call myself the most heavily indoctrinated person that I can imagine, and somehow I obviously went 180 degrees.
Do you have any sense of what triggered that? What was it for you that made this 180-degree turn?
Well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but my father worked at the nuclear test site out in Nevada. So there was a relationship with the government, and then it got ugly, and it's kind of personal or whatever. But not every the government does things to people that anybody would object to. Anybody,
Yeah.
if they really knew,
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, and I think what you just described is what I started with, which is you do not trust the government. You have good reason to not trust the government, and therefore, when the government says something, you are especially skeptical of it.
Well, I honestly don't even recognize the government anymore. I don't listen. I don't hear anything they say. It doesn't even really exist to me.
Well, the moon landings, for example, you don't believe the moon landings.
No.
Anything sort of mainstream as far as science goes, the Earth is a globe and the tides are caused by gravity, and you're just like, no, not buying that.
Well, it's not like that. This was a long process. I mean, my career I was a researcher, and it's not like I didn't obsess with all these things. I mean, you can say that it appears to be just a decision that to hate the government or whatever, but I don't even really care. They could be anything. We don't, like I said before, we don't know a lot of stuff. It's a weird place, and it's going to be interesting to see what we're going to see here. And I mean, it's only going to get weirder, obviously.
In what way? What's going to get weirder?
Well, I won't say anything specific, but this is the point, coming into the fall where it's going to happen, whatever it is. People are, I can only think that, more people are going to, become ill or whatever, but.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah.
But I'm kind of looking for something that comes in the news that changes all that. It's like, that's why I was talking earlier. It's like, I was kind of thinking that, of course, coming from a conspiracy guy or whatever, that if they're going to not, complete these space missions, like I suspect they will, because they can't, then some type of tragedy or something has to happen to divert that program. And then when you hear like they're going to bring the ISS down or whatever, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like China shot it down, and then all of a sudden we went, we were at war with China because it shot down the ISS.
That would be a tragedy. China just put one up, right?
Right.
Just put their own.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's that, and the Artemis. I'm hoping we do it. I'm not holding my breath, but I think SpaceX will. SpaceX is doing it. They're going. They're gonna orbit the moon.
Yeah.
They're gonna go around the moon and come back. And I mean, flat earthers aren't going to believe that happened, but I don't know what to say about that.
I know. How could we possibly just have a better position because we're getting further and further apart. It's like you guys are, studying the science and more, and it's becoming more dependable to you. And we're, hating the government more, and dealing with the bad guys on your side that are chasing us or whatever. And you're dealing with the bad guys on our side that are chasing you. And it's just like the divide is getting, just for 2 years now, it was like we used to have conversations and it seemed like both sides had decent arguments, but now this divide is just so far apart.
Yeah, that's my that's my theory. I think that flat earthers are created by globers. I think globers make flat earthers.
That's funny you say that, because
I think that some of us on the mainstream science side treat people badly, and the result of that is to push people away. For example, many science communicators are also atheists and very open about that, very, very vocal about it. And so that creates this situation where someone must now choose. Am I going to follow this science guy, or do I get to follow God? And if I have to make that choice, then a lot of people are going to say, well, forget the science guy. I'm going with God. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, yes, I think you're right on it. There's a very hard divide that is widening, not closing.
Yeah, I agree. Can I ask you, so like, do you think that our rights supposedly come from God, our rights, and then the Constitution, protects those rights?
No, I don't think that's the way the American Constitution is not written like that way. No.
Well, I'm not talking about the Constitution. I'm saying that the Bible is the real law book. And unless you're a man in court that was created by God, you're a person that's in a class that you don't want to be in. You're a dead person. You have no chance in court. You have no rights. You have to have a person speak for you.
No, I don't think that would be fair. And the main reason for that is because freedom of religion is very important to us as Americans. And that means that different people can believe in different gods and different faiths with different moral backgrounds.
So you don't think that people that claim to have rights from a creator and claim them in court have more rights than a person who doesn't recognize that?
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. This is foundational in the United States and most countries, really many countries, that that the law treats you the same regardless of what faith you may or may not have.
No, well, I'm not. Look, if I go into court and I say, look, Your Honor, I need to let you know that I was created by God and I am a man and I want to reserve all the rights that comes with that. And you go into court and you have your lawyer represent you as a person that doesn't own their name or social security number that's owned by the state. Who do you think? Then what would you think about God-given rights?
I think that if I was that judge, I would say this is a court of law of these United States. This is not a church. God didn't write these laws, men did. And you are not being judged by God here. You are being judged by men.
You don't understand what it means to be a man in court?
I think someone is suggesting perhaps you're a sovereign citizen.
Sovereign citizen would be an oxymoron. How could you be a citizen and still be sovereign?
Okay. I don't know. Have you heard of that, the sovereign citizen?
Well, yeah, it's just stupid videos on YouTube or whatever.
Oh, okay. But it sounds like you're echoing a lot of their.
No, I'm talking about common law. I mean, I'm talking about people having a crimes having a victim instead of us being terrorized by the police.
Okay,
for administrative.
I am not a lawyer, but no, God doesn't give you your rights in America.
Oh, you don't have any human rights at all?
You can have human rights.
Where do you
They
get
are
those from?
granted. They're described in the Constitution. They are not derived from.
Is the government your highest form of authority?
In this country, yes.
What about in other countries?
I'm sorry, what?
What about in other countries?
In other countries, some countries, there are theocracies out there that that tie their faith together with their system of laws. So not every country follows the same system that I'm describing.
Where are you at? What country?
What countries?
You don't
How
mind
about Iran?
I'm in the United States.
I'm gonna have to turn you up. My hamster is running on the wheel.
I thought you were spinning the earth.
Can you hear that? Can you hear the hamster? My daughter's hamster is in the office here with me because it's too loud for the girls to sleep. So, yeah. If you try that on a judge here in America, I mean, judges are people, and a lot of them are devout Christians too. So maybe that might move them.
Look, no,
no.
Sir, please. This is that when you get a driver's license and all that stuff, you classify yourself as a person, right? You become a person that you're contracting as a person in society. That's what you are, right? You agree?
Sure. I'm a person, and I enter into contracts as a person. Yeah. Yes.
And that makes you contract with the government so that you are responsible for all the rules and regulations that come along with contracting with that government. Whereas people who maybe provide an affidavit and tell the government, that they're a man, they don't want to be classified as a person because that's a lower status. They want to be men. They don't want to be bothered, with illegal things, perpetrated on them as a man.
Okay. I am not a lawyer, so we should probably move on from this topic. I will tell you from what I understand, my understanding is you have zero legal standing to do that. You are a citizen, whether you like it or not, and you are subjected to the laws of the governing body where you are a citizen. And you can't just say, no, your laws don't count for me.
Well, it's not.
You could try, but ultimately that government will back it with force.
It's not like anybody's trying to break the law or anything. People just don't want to be bothered for things that aren't really laws, for not really committing crimes.
Can you be specific?
Yeah, like any traffic violation or whatever.
Yeah, those are laws. So if you get a traffic ticket, you're gonna have to pay it, and if you don't, the government will coerce you to comply.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. If there's no victim, there is no crime.
I'm sorry, but you should check your law school about that.
What do you mean law school? That's what I'm saying. You can be a person in those laws. You can be subject to those laws. But what would make you think that I would be subject to those laws?
Ultimately, what it comes down to is that the government will coerce what it needs from you, and they will not care about what you have to say about being a man versus a person or this contract talk. They don't care.
Yeah, they certainly do care.
No, they do not.
I don't know where you're getting that
at all,
because you didn't even know what I was talking about before I brought this up. You've never seen anybody in court.
This is sovereign citizen talk.
No, it's not. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not a lawyer. Let's get back to science.
I don't even know how we got back on that again. My apologies.
Yeah. Let's get back to science because I'm not the right person to talk about any of that stuff.
Okay. What is science?
What is science? Science is something we can test, right? And I have this way of thinking that I should always go with whatever the best evidence I have at any given moment. And when I get new evidence, that I should evaluate it and reassess my thinking. What do you think?
I agree 100%. My question would be, is that knowing that we're both pretty much in the same situation, except on opposite sides, and we recognize that neither of us are probably going to change for whatever reason, obviously one of us right and one of us right, or there might be a partial, there, but what should I do? What should you do? How should we really rationally proceed in this? Should we both get out and leave it behind? Should we change our ways? Should we try harder? Should we, what are we doing?
I think the way out, as you put it, I think we should both push back. We should push back from our current thinking and immediately recognize that we have divided ourselves into tribes, and recognize that and own it and say, look, I am biased because I am in this group. I have bought into their groupthink. And once you recognize that, the next step is to say, how can I independently, objectively verify whether this is true?
See,
and then we should do that.
Where I differ on that is that your claim was that we have divided each other. And my claim would be that we were divided by an outside source. We were victims of that. And we've yet, and maybe if we wake up together, we can fix that, but it seems like we've been put in an impossible situation where, I'm so gone that I'll never, buy anything anything that the government does. And you're a science guy and a normal guy, and you're going to, do the right thing. And
I think that's all. Yeah, I think that's all true. I think you're right. But I think that there is some stuff that we could maybe come together on.
Well, it would be interesting, because I think if I had a week with you, and you really got to know me, I could show you some things that, might change your mind about how, technology works or whatever. And I think, I don't know, I guess that's kind of naive because I don't I think you're right. Neither of
I,
us really ever change
I
each
think
other's
what you're
mind.
imagining right now is that there's something you've seen that I haven't. But I think we've both seen it. That this is the thing that's truly amazing. When I started in this, I thought that the reason people like yourself weren't convinced it was round is because you just hadn't seen what I'd seen. But you have seen it.
Yeah, I think we're both looking at the same evidence, but like I said before, I'm looking at the evidence that we don't have, and maybe putting too
Okay.
much weight on that.
Well,
Whereas you're in
what is this evidence that we don't have?
well, like I said, I mean, it's just if like when we went to the moon, if I was going to the moon, I would not. Why would I care about the moon? I mean, I would be fascinated with that. Okay, when I think about a water ball covered in gases, I can't. I think of just this beautiful spectacle. Not something that they would want to. I mean, my attention would be on the Earth. I don't. I would have got there and I would have done a 360-degree pan of everything. It just nothing really that nothing really showed their true curiosity about the whole situation.
Are you saying that they don't have a 360-degree pan?
I don't know. I'm saying yeah, it's most likely that they didn't do a 360 because they would have been in a studio and the fourth wall would have got them.
Have you looked? I haven't. I haven't looked. I would be surprised if they didn't have a 360 because they took so many photos. They took an insane amount of photos while they were up there.
Not very many of the Earth.
They took tons of photos and videos of the Earth. People were fascinated with it.
They should have got some better cameras then. I never seen anything.
No, this is the thing I keep coming back to, which is over and over. You say it doesn't exist. I say, yeah, okay, look at this, and then it's but that's not good enough.
Yeah, but
that's not good enough.
You don't think you could be wrong about the technology. You don't think it could be faked, and I do. I know.
I think I have gone through the process of saying, okay, how would you fake this? You could do this, you could do that. And then we look and say, what would be the telltale signs that you had done that? And then we look to see if those telltales are there, and they are not.
Yeah, you're just declaring that.
Yes, I'm just declaring it. And I would ask you if you have found telltale signs to bring it forth, because so far that hasn't been brought forth.
I don't think it's designed like that, though. I mean, I think it's designed to not be able to make that determination specifically on both sides and just to believe.
So what your whole theory, let me boil your whole thing down here, if I can. We don't have proof that convinces you personally that it's real, therefore it is fake.
No, not that it's fake. It's that I'm not accepting it yet, and I'm still waiting. But the moon landing,
you acknowledge that there's a mound, a huge pile of circumstantial evidence, of, not convincing evidence. There's a massive pile of evidence that you find unconvincing.
For the moon landing?
For any of it, yeah.
Well, I mean, the moon landing is a specific thing. I mean, I'm never going to believe that they did that because it's just it's too dangerous.
Well, I mean, we can't really verify the moon landing ourselves, so I prefer to stick closer to home. So, like, is it?
Are you laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing at this. The hamster running on his wheel is the perfect background sound for this stream.
Hey, I'm cool with people laughing at me. It's no problem.
No one's laughing at you.
Well, they can laugh with me then.
Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, we could test the curvature of the Earth very, very easily by ourselves. For example, Eric Dubay, first thing he says, horizon always rises to eye level. Well, that's a testable claim. That, my friends, is a testable claim, and I've tested it. And you know what? The horizon does not rise to eye level. So check, we're done, right?
Mhm.
Eric Dubay not telling us the truth, right? This is a testable claim. That is not true, right? So we have identified who is the liar here, right? And we can keep going. We can keep going and going on all kinds of these claims, and test them, right? That's what I say. You ought to test these claims, and if they're not testable, that should tell you in itself that that's just religion. It's fantasy. That's not science. That's not real.
Yeah, I hear you. So, I mean, is your goal? I mean, if you converted somebody, like not converted or whatever, if you showed them that the science was right and they believed you, would that be a good feeling for you? I mean, is that kind of what you're going for?
I
Is that
think
a little unrealistic?
that's where I started. That's where I started. But now I think that is not likely to happen. My goal now is, if nothing else, is really to educate Globers, about this tribal divide that exists and is growing, and that our efforts to convert people back to our side are largely pushing people away.
Well, once again, I think that's going to increase the divide because you're not recognizing the possibility that this divide is being, imposed on us for an agenda.
Well, it could be, but yeah, I guess I'm hoping to show that we can close the divide.
I guess that could be irrelevant, and
that I really I'm trying to show people that if you want to know what's true, going with your gut doesn't do that. That going with your tribe does not do that. If you want to know what's really true, go out and test it. And then after you've done, let's say, half a dozen of these tests, now you know who you can trust. And
well, how come you? I mean, it's about money. Like, why wouldn't you encourage me to do the test that I propose? Because instead of doing 20, I could just do one, and then it's going to be done. I haven't really seen you support,
because I want you to do an actual test. I want you to actually do the test, and I'm trying to help you do a test that you could actually do. And what you could totally do is hire a surveyor to survey a plot of water and tell you if it's curved or not. That's a very reasonable thing to ask for.
I can't believe you think that is reasonable.
Why wouldn't that be reasonable?
How would you determine that?
How would I determine that?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. See, this is the other thing I try to do is I try to teach critical thinking and logic. Logic says if you can build a flat level surface, then you can identify a flat level surface. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
If you can identify flat level surface, you can identify flat and level.
Okay.
Okay. However you do that, whatever method that is, let's invent a new device called the flatotron, right? The flatotron does that. I will apply the flatotron against water. And if the flatotron says the water is curved, we have our answer.
I will accept that answer after I verify it with my test.
You want to build something using the flatotron. You want to take the flatotron.
I don't want to have to build
something with it.
I don't want to have to build it. If I can find it and I do the same thing, that'd be great. I don't want to spend any money.
Right. But the flatotron itself isn't enough for you. You need then to translate that into a physical construction site or a physical location. And then you'll use the flatotron to verify that that location is flat. And then you can do a measurement. But what I'm telling you is all you've done with that physical surface, the physical surface that you measured, is it's a proxy for the flatotron. It is the flatotron that provided the measurement that was crucial.
I hear you, but I don't understand why I can't see. No one has ever done an experiment where they could measure, the water changing in elevation.
But they have. The only thing that they have not done is to build this flat surface that you're asking for. They recognize, just as I have recognized, that we don't need it. It is the flatotron that we need, right? And so they said to themselves, yeah, I could build a flat surface, but why would I? That's silly. I'm just going to use the flatotron to measure the water.
So you're saying that because the oceans curve and all water curves, that a demonstration of that is unnecessary.
No, I'm saying we've demonstrated it.
How?
So an additional demonstration is unnecessary.
How did you demonstrate it?
We used the flatotron to measure a body of water and found that that body of water was curved.
That's not a demonstration. That's just an observation.
What's the difference?
And a measurement. I don't know. You said you said you demonstrated it like
to demonstrate is to say, behold, it is so, right? As you can see, thus, that's demonstrate, right? I demonstrated that the water is curved by taking a measurement and showing you those measurements.
Right on.
And so I'm not at all discouraging you from pursuing your goal of doing this experiment. The drone one won't work at all. Don't bother with that.
Oh, come on now. That a military chopper would hold its position and the earth would have to spin underneath it.
Ask any pilot whether a helicopter will hold its position without their intervention.
Where?
Anywhere. At any point, anywhere, the helicopter will not hold its position or angle.
Okay, so what will the helicopter do over the North Pole?
It will be chaotic. Its motion will be unpredictable.
Chaos. At like the part where it's hardly spinning at all. So there's going to be no ground movement.
The spin of the Earth has little tiny amount to do with aircraft at all. It's tiny effect. It's negligible.
The atmosphere has no effect on anything, does it? I mean,
no, the atmosphere has everything to do with how a helicopter flies.
The spinning atmosphere.
The atmosphere has everything to do with
the spinning one, or just
however it moves. However the atmosphere moves, that's going to cause motion. Yes.
And on the North Pole, you're saying the weather is worse. They are more hot and cold, and it'd be more turbulence and whatnot. Because it's obviously, I mean, the spin of the Earth isn't causing any of that, is it? It's just
the spin of the Earth is not responsible for the wind.
Right.
It influences the wind.
But when the chopper or the drone went up, the spin of the Earth would definitely make it spin 360 degrees in a day.
No,
it wouldn't spin at all.
I said it would not definitely do that. I said it would be chaotic. It would be very unpredictable.
I hope we get to see someday. That'd be interesting.
I think you should just like download a simulator. You should just download a simulator and try to fly a helicopter, and then your eyes would open.
How do you figure? When is the ground going to start moving underneath me so I can believe
You'd
that it actually
understand what
moves?
I'm trying to describe. That helicopters are they spin around, they tilt over, they're hard to fly.
I
They
get
don't
it.
just sit still.
I can't imagine how hard they would be to fly on a moving surface.
Right. The typical, very commonly said flat earth thing is that the earth spinning should have something to do with how we fly. It doesn't have anything to do with it. You don't leave the spinning because you launched off the earth.
Yeah, I just find it weird if we can use the same amount of power to fly the same amount in each direction. What is spinning?
Actually, there is a very slight difference in that.
No, I'm saying we don't have to get into the upper winds. If we can fly the same amount one way as we can the other, how in the world could it be the atmosphere and the land be both spinning and not have an effect on that?
Okay. Yeah. Another little, just a tidbit of just details. There's something called the Etvoss effect. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep.
Okay, so you know that it does make a difference.
No, because I've never been able to verify the spin.
Well, but okay, you understand that science says there is a difference when you fly east and west.
Well, yeah, because you get up into the trade winds or whatever.
No. The Etvoss effect, I mean, which is just gravity and centrifugal force.
Causes what?
If you go with the spin of the Earth, right, you're going faster than if you go against the spin of the Earth. So right? And so gravity is the same either way, but centrifugal force is different. Right?
Sure.
So if you fly with the spin of the Earth versus against the spin of the Earth, your effective weight changes, and that makes aircraft more efficient going one way than the other way.
So is it faster to fly with the spin or without it?
It's not faster. It's just used way less.
So it's the same no matter what?
Well, no. I mean, airplanes depend on the wind. Satellites, I'll give you a different one. Satellites are always launched, almost always they are launched to the east. Satellites are very rarely launched to the west. And that is because the direction of the Earth's spin.
Got it.
Yeah, it's just true, right? That's what they say, right? They say that, and they show you the calculations. This is why, and then they go and they launch satellites, and you watch them, and they go and they launch east. So I mean, that's what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely get the sense that means nothing to you, or you don't find that compelling in any way.
Well, it's hard. I'm getting kind of tired at this point, and I mean,
it's late. We should wrap up.
Yeah, I really I would need a fresh for you to really get a hold of me and take me to a stage where we could both come to a conclusion together. You would just need a little more time and right. to find something that you could relate to me on, because I'm kind of limited right now. I've told you the things that that were on my mind, but maybe next time I'll have a different thing that will satisfy me, and maybe you could make that one work. Whereas
yeah. Well, let me tell you what, you have been a fantastic guest, and we have gone way too long on this. I really need to probably spend some time editing this down into little snippets or something of some of the highlights, because this has been really great, but way too long.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna definitely keep an eye on you, because I'm interested to see what happens to you as far as I think in your heart you really like to help people, and obviously you love science. So what could be better? But I know from experience that if you don't get disheartened very quickly, you're not a normal human being, because this is a tough racket. And people like me, we're just stubborn, and
Yeah.
unreasonable, and I just don't see how you can sustain it after a while unless you have an idea that I'm not aware of, or there's just something that I'm missing.
Yeah, I think you're on it there. I have been interviewing people, for a few years now and dabbling with YouTube videos. Um, I may just plumb give up, but I find it really fascinating um, that people think so very, very differently. Um, and I really, if nothing else, I want to try to show people that we can talk and we can totally disagree, right? We can just be like, no, it totally doesn't work that way, right?
Uh-huh.
And not be fighting about it.
And be better people for it. I
Yeah,
mean, and I
yeah,
think you and I could be an example of that. Obviously, I don't know. I hope for good things, but it's. I feel for you. It's a tough one. I mean, because there are way worse, people that will frustrate you than me, and it allows you to. I mean, like, people want to give me what I deserve, per se, in a sense. Like, that's just kind of the general sentiment, whether right or wrong. And when I
yeah,
earn it, when I make people angry, or trigger them or whatever, just say silly or foul things, then
yeah,
then it becomes okay. And that's kind of the situation that people typically get in. But I appreciate it that
yeah,
you were so kind.
yeah. And let me emphasize that there's plenty of people on the globe side that I'm absolutely convinced are just there because they're following their tribe, that they have no real understanding of any of it, and they're just echoing what they were told, and they get really belligerent, and they're just there because they want to bash on the other side.
Yeah, there's no question that both sides, have those characters for sure.
Yeah. So thank you very much for coming on, and being cool. And maybe we can talk again sometime. Um, there's a few people I've had on here who are pretty cool. Actually, there's somebody in the chat now. Uncle Drunkle's in the chat. Hey, dude. Um, we should get together sometime and have a chat because he's pretty cool too. Uh,
Yeah.
I've talked to him. I got frustrated with. He'll tell you. I got frustrated, as you're saying, talking to him. I'm trying to be better about that. Um,
Yeah, well, there's going to be the people that that are going to jump on you when they sense that. Whereas,
mm,
I don't. That's not my gig or whatever. But that, for some people, that's what it's all about. They're just waiting for you to show that emotion that they can try to raise your anger, or your emotion, or whatever.
yeah.
I appreciate you though, man. I really do.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on, and thanks everybody for being here. I may spend some time. I'm super busy these days, but I may spend some time to try to edit this down into bite-sized chunks because this is 4 hours.
Wow, has it been that long?
Yeah. Well, it's been really great talking to you. We went all over the place with all kinds of topics. Um,
Well, I'll definitely get back to you. I'll do something, to satisfy, I'll read about the what was the toe.
Read about those toe tanks, and
Yeah.
yeah, and hopefully Flo Rida will give us that link that he was talking about,
Yep.
and you can check that out. Yeah. What else was there?
Well, I'll do some more thought experiments, and maybe I'll chill out on these extravagant, crazy things, that I have, and maybe I'll settle into something that I can come to a good conclusion on, and actually, do an experiment, like you say, instead of just dreaming about some fantastical $800,000 million pipeline, that obviously will
Right.
never get built. But I'm just trying to mosey along, one day at a time, trying to get my brain to make sense of whatever it can.
Yeah. I feel for you there. I find myself reeling from time to time about, oh my God, is this happening now?
Mm-hmm.
So It's weird times we live in, isn't it?
It sure is, but I think we're going to be just fine.
Okay. All right. Well said. So good night and talk to you another time.
Take care, man.
Bye.